Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, The End of the World, Mountain and Sea Disasters. Chapter 31. The missing person was abandoned in front of the small garden workstation. This is his luck, his life should not be cut off. The medical facilities in the small garden were enough to heal his injuries and allow him to survive the cold wave safely. Outside the workstation, UK continued to chase the hunter-faced owl. After nearly 2 hours of tracking, he went deep into Jingu Forest. UK would not be willing to go back like this. Of course, UK also knew that it was never a good idea to stay deep in the Jingu Forest for a long time. The energy of the snowmobile is limited, and he must leave enough power for the return trip, otherwise he will get stuck in this blizzard with disastrous consequences. So UK set limits for himself. Track the direction where the human-faced owl last appeared for half an hour. If there are still no results, then withdraw. Anyway, the missing person has been rescued. Part of the mission has been completed, and some professional experience can still be gained. Driving deep into the Jingu Forest, since there was no clear target location, UK chose to slow down and try his best to observe the surrounding situation and capture any clues that the human-faced owl might have left behind. Just as UK was preparing to evacuate because the search found nothing, his eyes were suddenly attracted by a brown-red object swaying in the wind not far away. Turning a corner and leaning forward, UK leaned over and pulled it up from the snow. A scarf half stained with blood. Items left behind by the missing. But why is half of it exposed? You must know that the snowstorm has not stopped yet, and the snow accumulation is increasing almost every minute. It is said that this kind of thing should be buried in the blink of an eye. Looking around, UK soon discovered that there were several small raised snowdrifts in the snow nearby. He took off the Leviathan axe from the side of the snowmobile, got off the car and pushed aside the snowdrift. When he saw what was under the snow clearly, his expression suddenly became calm. I thought it was some other debris, but it turned out to be bones and flesh frozen into lumps of ice, and even broken palms. There must be a reason why these things are concentrated here. UK stood up and looked up at the white wind and snow above his head. So many flesh and blood objects fell here not long ago. In his opinion, there was only one explanation. The original owner of these things was above his head. Realizing this, UK speculated that the nest of the human-faced owl might be nearby. In recent times, human-faced owls have frequently attacked farms outside Danhang City. According to information from the Forestry Protection Bureau, in order to avoid being surrounded, it will basically take its prey away. Thinking about it this way, it is not strange to store food near its nest, matter. So, the human-faced owl should be hiding somewhere above our head. His vision was obscured by the wind and snow, and UK could only see the drifting snow. If you want to verify your suspicions, you can only climb up and check it out in person. Just do it. UK turned around and took the shotgun from the other side of the snowmobile and put it behind his back. In a blizzard environment, long-range attacks are ineffective, and shotguns can undoubtedly play a more powerful role in close combat. Holding a dogleg knife in one hand and a Leviathan axe in the other, UK found the largest tree nearby and climbed up. Relying on his outstanding physical fitness, UK inserted the short knife and the long axe into the tree trunk to serve as a fulcrum, and continued to climb. During this process, UK deliberately did not touch the branches on both sides too much. At most, he stepped on his feet for a short period of time, instead of jumping back and forth to speed up the climb when hunting the giant python. It's not that it can't be done because of the harsh environment, but it will create a large-scale noise. Judging from the human-faced owl's reaction during the last fight, this monster's perception of the surrounding environment is by no means slow. We're all here now. If he's trying to save effort by taking these few steps, UK will beat himself in annoyance. When he reached a height of more than 50 meters above the ground, UK lowered his eyes and looked down. There was no trace of the snowmobile or the ground. The blizzard isolated him from the ground, as if he was in an abyss, and if he fell, he would be in a desperate situation. He only glanced at it and stopped looking. Instead of worrying about whether he would fall, UK was now focusing on the scene in front of him. At a height not far from him, a large number of branches were forcibly woven together to form a messy net, or a flat nest with only a certain curvature at the bottom, because the bottom of the entire nest was deliberately it is hollowed out, so the snow will continue to slide from the hollow and it will be difficult to completely accumulate. What worries UK even more is the vines hanging from the hollow at the bottom of the nest, which are entangled with a lot of shocking debris. Clothes fragments, shoes, scarves and even severed feet, beast heads. They swayed in the howling wind and snow, and things fell from time to time. I guess this was the reason why the snowdrifts formed underneath. This is clearly where the human-faced owl hangs its food. However, UK still had doubts in his heart. He found that there were only some small objects left here, and all the prey had disappeared. This alone could be explained by the fact that the human-faced owl eats a lot and consumes its food reserves during the cold wave. However, as UK continued to get closer to the net hanging high in the sky, he was surprised to find that the intertwined branches were entangled with strangely colored vines, which were the same ones that had previously tied up the prey. Even in this wind and snow, they showed an unusual purple-red color, with several colorful spots and a strange phosphorescence. I don't know if it was an illusion or some other reason, but UK vaguely noticed that the part of the vine wrapped around the object was more like a creature's tentacles, squirming in midair, as if trying to grasp something. Special plants deep in the Jingu forest. UK has never seen such a creature, and now is not the time to study vines. He had seen the nest where the human-faced owl was hiding. It's in the tree hole at the other end of the net bag. From where UK is now, he can clearly see the large hollowed-out hole in the tree trunk opposite. At first glance, it looks as tall as a person, and the space inside must be quite large. There is a lot of dry grass and dead branches piled on the outside. It must have been brought back by the human-faced owl to keep out the cold. UK was still trying to find a way to confirm whether the human-faced owl was hiding inside, so as to avoid breaking into the empty door and alerting the enemy. Unexpectedly, as soon as he got closer, he heard a sharp hissing sound coming from the tree hole. Now there is no need to ask for confirmation, the human-faced owl is among them. At this time, the human-faced owl seemed to be suffering from some severe pain. Even UK, who was opposite the tree hole, could hear the wail coming from it. UK guessed that it was hit by a bullet when it attacked the farmer, and this was undoubtedly a great opportunity to lurk in the past. Putting away the dagger and the Leviathan axe, UK held the strap of the shotgun in his mouth and crawled along the suspended nest toward the tree hole with all four limbs. The closer he got, the clearer the human-faced owl's cry of pain became. Braving the wind and snow, UK quickly climbed to the tree hole, stepped on the intertwined branches, and pulled the gun bolt. Turn on the light on the top of the helmet, take a deep breath and lean into the tree hole. Deep in the Mirror Lake forest, there are huge trees. The tree chosen by the human-faced owl to build its nest is one of the best, with a diameter of more than 10 meters. UK did not rush in rashly, but chose to step on the edge of the tree hole and check with the helmet light. After all, a tree hole is not a house, and there is no threshold. It is probably a big hole inside, and he does not want to get close to the human-faced owl. This is indeed the case. The helmet light is shown into the tree hole. The first thing UK sees is the tree wall full of scratches and blood stains. His sight follows the light down and finally falls on the back of the shadow struggling and wailing at a depth of 7 or 8 meters. As if sensing the light, the human-faced owl, which was curled up at the bottom of the tree hole a second ago, suddenly froze. The right wing was raised, and the dark blue terrifying human face poked out from the bottom. The light shone on it, and it was vaguely visible that there was a crack between the lips and teeth along the back of the ear, and there was a strange color surging in between. The dark red fierce eyes locked on the uninvited guest standing at the edge of the cave. Hiss, gah. The hiding place was invaded by someone, and the human-faced owl didn't care about the abnormality of its body, bared its teeth and roared, showing its deterrence. It responded with the black muzzle of the shotgun. Bang, bang, bang. The tree hole was so big, and the human-faced owl had no room to dodge and move. UK didn't hesitate at all, and pulled the trigger continuously, pouring firepower on the human-faced owl in the tree hole. Since the last brief confrontation with the human-faced owl, UK has been paying attention to this monster through the Forest Protection Bureau's intranet. He clearly knew that the main advantage of this guy in front of him against the enemy was his extremely flexible flying ability, the pair of wings that could stir up a strong wind in a short range, and the hissing that seemed to affect the human mind. As long as it was allowed to leave the tree hole and take off, the difficulty of this hunt would immediately rise. It was precisely because of this that UK had to seize this excellent opportunity to close the door and beat the dog. The power of the shotgun was fully revealed in the narrow tree hole. The human-faced owl probably never thought that someone would sneak attack its nest in the blizzard, and was directly hit by the hot bullets like water splashing. The blood spurting out of the trunk and the severe pain that followed made the human-faced owl crazy, and as a fierce beast that could deal with the patrol team, it also reacted very quickly. Realizing that the key position was occupied by UK, it did not hesitate to spread its wings in front of it as a shield to protect its head and avoid the firepower pouring from top to bottom. Then its two claws buckled into the inner wall of the tree trunk, and it swayed left and right in an extremely awkward and ridiculous posture and climbed rapidly, rushing towards UK standing at the entrance of the cave. Even if the wings were blown by the shotgun, it did not stop, and was extremely fierce. After all, the magazine of the shotgun has a limit. With a crisp, click, sound, all the shotgun shells were blasted out. At this time, the human-faced owl was only 2 meters away from UK, who could even see blood flowing down its feathers. A shotgun without ammunition was just scrap metal. UK wanted to change his weapon, and the human-faced owl was waiting for this opportunity. When it was fighting with the patrol team, it noticed that the weapons in their hands could not output continuously. At the moment the muzzle moved back, the wings full of wounds suddenly spread out, and the minced meat and blood accumulated between the feather gaps became the weapon of the human-faced owl, which was thrown towards UK, hindering the latter's movement and vision. At the same time, the head that had been hidden until now poked upwards, and the huge mouth full of fangs opened an exaggerated arc, and harsh sound waves burst out from it, rushing UK's spirit. It made his figure standing on the edge of the tree hole unstable, and even the shotgun fell out of his hand, and the whole person fell backwards. This skillful combo completely reversed the situation of the human-faced owl, and launched a crazy attack on UK. It wanted to crush the guy who dared to enter its territory and devour his internal organs to recover from its injuries. However, when the human-faced owl rushed to the entrance of the tree hole and tried to use sonic attacks again to directly defeat the invader's spirit, it saw the cold axe blade coming towards it with wind and snow. The axe chopped into the head of the human-faced owl head-on, causing its movements to suddenly stiffen. Take advantage of its illness to kill it. The perception ability brought by the new trait of checking for leaks and filling in gaps allowed UK to capture that the injury on the left wing of the human-faced owl was extremely serious, and it was difficult to use too much strength. So UK took a step forward, his left hand left the axe handle to grab the left wing of the human-faced owl, and pulled it towards him. With his right hand, he raised the axe and chopped it hard on the neck of the human-faced owl, bringing up gurgling blood. The hard training during this period plus the 2 Qingling fruits have greatly enhanced UK's cardiopulmonary capacity, which means that his burst will last longer. The human-faced owl tried to break free from the clamp, but found that the thin arm in its eyes was like cast steel, and it was difficult to shake it. Hey, do you really think you are the only one who can collect combat information? As mentioned before, UK has been paying attention to the analysis of the human-faced owl on the Forest Protection Bureau's internal network, and has been prepared for its ability. The full coverage helmet not only blocked the blood rain that splashed over, but also turned on the noise elimination mode in advance. No matter how the human-faced owl howled, UK heard that it was a processed sound, which was at most a little harsh, and it did not affect his actions at all. The continuous bombardment of shotguns and the heavy blows of the Leviathan axe made the human-faced owl, which had troubled the patrol team for a long time, struggle less and less. UK could clearly sense that the vitality in its body was constantly fading. There is no doubt that the human-faced owl is ferocious, but luck was not on its side this time. Deep in a narrow tree hole, it could only passively fight against UK's close attack, and from the moment it blocked the shotgun bullet with its wings, it gave up the only way to defeat UK. The combat preparations of both sides were not at the same level, so there were no surprises in the outcome. Pulling out the Leviathan axe from the center of the human-faced owl's head, UK looked at the drooping broken head, raised his foot and kicked it into the tree hole. He casually grabbed snowflakes from the tree trunk next to him and wiped them on his mask, wiping away the blood and minced meat. Now is the time to reap the fruits of victory. This human-faced owl should also be able to provide a lot of extraordinary materials, and more importantly, there is no need to share it with anyone. But just when UK was about to jump into the tree hole with joy. In the dark tree hole, strange colors suddenly burst out that were difficult to understand. Standing at a high place, UK could only see that the human-faced owl, which should have been completely dead, was trembling violently for some reason. Between the gaps left by his own hands on the head, there were sparkling, chaotic spots of light like amorphous paint. It is flowing outward from it. The wounds on his neck, the fleshy pits on his wings, and the dark red beast eyes filled with death energy. The next second, standing at the entrance of the cave, UK felt a strong wind blowing in the tree cave, and he was forced to retreat, staggering back. Immediately afterwards, a cracking sound was heard from the side of the tree trunk. A black shadow smashed into the tree hole and swept into the blizzard. Honestly, UK was shocked. The death of the human-faced owl has become an established fact, and UK is convinced of this. Forest Hunter: The increase in professional experience is the best proof that the system will not lie to him. In this case, what is the monster resurrected in the tree hole? Due to the long distance and the extremely short stay, UK's ability to detect and fill in gaps could not help UK capture what those flowing colors were. He could only watch helplessly as the human-faced owl came back to life and broke through the trees hole, flying into the blizzard. The unexpected situation was indeed beyond UK's expectation, leaving him quite surprised and confused. In the era of Cataclysm, many miraculous and strange phenomena did occur, and the human-faced owl is the best example. But this phenomenon of resurrection from the dead is really incomprehensible. Standing on the edge of the tree hole, UK now had no time to think about the cooked duck running away. Instead, he leaned against the tree trunk and checked the video. Because the first two hunting videos attracted widespread attention, UK habitually turned on the camera during actions. Especially for a special existence like the human-faced owl, which is on the wanted list, just introducing it can allow many people who watch the video to gain knowledge, which will in turn make UK's teacher career a big step forward. Of course, now is not the time to think about that. Although it is impossible to detect things through video, the images captured by the camera can be enlarged and paused, which is enough for UK to conduct preliminary analysis. Pull the progress bar to directly lock the 2 minutes after the death of the human-faced owl. As the picture was enlarged, UK quickly noticed the amorphous colors flowing out of the human-faced owl's head. The video showed that it was these indescribable colors that complemented the wounds everywhere on the human-faced owl's body, making it revitalized. Has the ability to fly. Otherwise, the human-faced owl would never be able to fly with its 2 wings that were riddled with holes from shotgun blasts. The question is, what exactly is this flowing color? UK had never seen anything like this in the Forestry Protection Bureau or other channels, so he couldn't make a judgment. He could only infer what was happening and concluded that it had the ability to resurrection the corpse. Thinking of this, UK couldn't help but be enlightened. The wail of the human-faced owl that he heard when he was near the tree hole must be because of the presence of this kind of thing in its body. It probably didn't want to be contaminated by this weird existence, but it had to fight first because of UK's appearance. This is obviously an extremely important discovery. Not to mention posting it on the internet to attract attention, I am afraid it will even cause a wave of research within the Forestry Protection Bureau, which is not a small gain. It's a pity that the human-faced owl has jumped to nowhere. UK turned his head and looked at the restless wind and snow around him. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't track the human-faced owl in the snowstorm. If the Jinghorn Deer King is around, maybe you can try it. It was said that UK had already obtained professional experience and videos. Even if he did not obtain extraordinary materials, UK should withdraw at this time. However, looking at the video footage in the camera, his eyes finally turned to the depths of the dark tree hole. Is it possible that the human-faced owl may have left behind some of its flowing colors during its struggle? If the samples can be brought back, is it possible for the professional experience of the forest hunter to increase by leaps and bounds? You must know that after killing the human-faced owl, nearly 2/3 of the Forest Hunter professional label has changed to Azure, and the upgrade is just around the corner. Of course, UK wants to take this opportunity to get it done in one step. After stepping on the edge of the tree hole to roughly estimate the height, UK drew out his short knife. Just like when climbing the tree just now, the dagger and the axe were embedded in the trunk of the tree in a staggered manner. When he saw that the height was almost the same, he jumped directly. The tree hole that can accommodate the human-faced owl to rest can naturally bear the weight of UK. With the barrier of the helmet, UK couldn't smell the smell in the tree hole, but the light passed by, and the bones and flesh and blood residues everywhere were enough for him to guess what kind of smell he would smell after taking off the helmet, which would definitely make him smell it. Vomited for breakfast. Half crouching down, UK carefully observed the place where the human-faced owl had just lay, hoping to find any residue. The results were disappointing. UK scanned back and forth with his helmet's light for several times but found nothing. If there is any residual flowing color, it should be easily noticeable due to its luminous nature. But just as UK stood up, the half of the beast's leg bone that the light accidentally passed over caught UK's attention. It is not surprising to find the remains of the beast in the human-faced owl's nest. What is strange is that some purple-red meridians appeared in the crack where the half-leg bone was smashed. This is obviously abnormal. Using a short knife to lift up the leg bones, UK adjusted the light to focus on the gap between the leg bones. Checking for gaps quickly came into play. Bison leg bone. A bison leg bone infected by an unknown organism, which will produce extremely nasty side effects when consumed. Unidentified life form. For a life form that couldn't even provide accurate information after checking for leaks and filling in the gaps, UK quickly realized that he might have discovered something incredible. Use a short knife to cut open the leg bone along the slit, and you will find that the bone marrow inside has completely turned purple. UK continued to observe, trying to figure out its characteristics by checking for gaps. Mutated bone marrow. Bone marrow infected by unknown organisms will produce extremely bad side effects after consumption. It's still not possible to check for leaks and fill in the gaps. If you want it to be effective, you probably have to find its main body. Otherwise, it will be the characteristics of the infected object, and it will be difficult to extract useful information. But one thing is for sure. The color that flows out of the human-faced owl's body after death may be caused by this. Could the source of infection be bison? As soon as he thought of this, UK's mind suddenly flashed into the strange appearance of the vines that the human-faced owl used to bind food that he had just seen at the suspended nest. At that time, UK was in a hurry to hunt human-faced owls, so he had no time to observe. Now he thinks about how similar the color of those vines is to the bone marrow. Rather than saying there was something wrong with the bison, UK suspected that something had happened to the vines that bound the human-faced owl prey. After touching his pockets and finding no plastic bags, UK used the dead vines he could find nearby to tie a few circles around his leg bones and put them on his side. Then he returned along the original path and found the vines on the edge of the suspended nest. As expected, the mutations at the tips of these vines were even more obvious than those of the leg bones, and checking for gaps gave similar information. Mutated vines. Vines infected by unknown life forms will erode their bodies and produce new infections after touching them. UK currently does not have the equipment or technology to study these things. This does not prevent him from taking these abnormal samples back to the Forest Patrol camp or simply handing them over to the small garden workstation. The latter, as a research institution, will definitely be interested in these things. At that time, you can also receive some additional professional experience. Use a short knife to cut several samples of infected vines. UK is preparing to send them to the small garden workstation. This thing was too evil and he was not willing to take it back to the outpost. It was better to leave it to professionals. However, what UK didn't know was that the situation inside the little garden workstation was not optimistic either. The problem lies in the injured person who was left in front of the small garden workstation by the human-faced owl not long ago. The security personnel rescued him immediately and took him to the medical room inside the workstation for treatment. Ordinarily, this is not a difficult task. The medical room set up at the workstation is fully equipped and the doctors are extremely professional. They can stabilize the injury quickly, at least to save their lives. Because the injured man's shoulder was penetrated by a human-faced owl, a fleshy hole appeared on the shoulder blade. Also, due to exposure to the extremely cold environment, severe frostbite occurred over a large area. In order to save both arms, doctors could only use equipment to treat the most serious wounds first. But during a routine check on the injured person's body, an accident happened. In front of the instruments in the operating room, two doctors stared at the picture on the screen with stunned expressions. The wounds photographed and enlarged by the machine were completely different from what they expected. The bones, muscles and tendons inside showed an extremely weird purple-red color, and some areas were even squirming continuously. As the ice on the surface melts in the warm environment, the blood flowing out seems to be the wrong color. This kind of individual has never been seen before. I suspect that there is special venom or germs on the claws of the human-faced owl. We will not touch it for the time being. We will operate the machine throughout the process and retain the samples for further research. The doctors who dared to come to the little garden workstation undoubtedly had a few skills. Even when faced with this unprecedented situation, they quickly thought of a solution after being briefly surprised. In fact, the two doctors were more concerned about this new discovery than the attacker's injuries. If you're lucky, you might be able to write a few medical papers based on it. When they return to Danhang City in the future, this research result will be enough to make their future brighter. I'll start the equipment. You watch the patient here and don't let his injury worsen. One of the doctors turned around and walked to the operating table next to him to check the status of the equipment and see if it could be put into use immediately. The communicator next to the operating room door suddenly sounded a rapid beep, followed by the security captain's voice. This is the security team. We found a large number of suspected victims outside the workstation. We cannot judge their condition and need a doctor to come over for further confirmation. The sudden news made the two doctors look at each other. It's rare to pick up an injured person outside today. Why are there still groups coming to visit? Dr. Liu looked at his colleague and asked in surprise. You must know that the little garden workstation is located deep in the Jingu forest. On weekdays, except for the workstation staff like them and the transportation team that occasionally comes, most of the time there are only various passing beasts outside the workstation. Captain Zhao, don't go out yet, wait until I come over to check. After opening the communication channel and explaining something, Dr. Zhou motioned to his colleagues to continue the treatment here and asked again. Should I call two assistants to come over and help? No, they are checking the researchers over there in the laboratory. They say that he is mentally disturbed. Things over there are more important. Lao He and the others are the treasures of the Disaster Prevention Bureau, so nothing can happen. The equipment here can be operated by a single person. Most modern medical equipment can be operated through intelligent systems, and Dr. Liu consciously has no problem operating it. Watching his colleagues leave the operating room, Dr. Liu turned his attention to the equipment control panel, completely unaware of the change in the wound image on the screen next to him. The injured person on the operating table quietly opened his eyes. Colors flowed in his eyes. At the same time, Dr. Zhou took the elevator to the rooftop of the workstation on the surface. The security team members were fully armed and concentrated here, whispering to each other, and the atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Finding Captain Zhao standing in front of the surveillance equipment, Dr. Zhou quickly walked over and saw the external situation captured by the surveillance camera. Because the workstation usually needs to be hidden, during construction, this rooftop, which is the only one exposed on the ground, did not have any windows or observation points. It relied entirely on hidden cameras to observe the outside world. In the surveillance screen at this time, 7 or 8 human-shaped shadows appeared around the rooftop. They were generally wearing thick clothes, staggering around in the wind and snow, moving around the workstation like earthbound spirits. The snow covering their bodies, coupled with their generally disheveled appearance, can easily lead to scary fantasies. What's going on with these people? Captain Zhao's face was full of confusion. When he saw Dr. Zhou approaching the screen, he couldn't help but ask. Even the zombies in those movies and TV series must have a source at least. This is deep in the Jingu forest. Let alone zombies, even zombies have to be used as grinding tools by those ferocious beasts when they come, right? How can they gather here? Here. They are not people, or living people, more like the zombies you just mentioned. Look at these two, their heads are crooked, and their walking pace is completely contrary to the posture that normal people should have. Where did they come from? Dr. Zhou stared at the people on the surveillance screen. After zooming in on the screen, he soon realized that there were all moving corpses outside, and he immediately had the same doubts as Captain Zhao. No matter which ghost place they came from, they may be poachers seeking death. The key now is how to deal with them. We can't let them wander around the workstation. They can easily attract those ferocious beasts that are hungry due to the snowstorm. There are many bloodthirsty beasts in the depths of Jingu Forest. Snowstorms make it difficult for them to hunt. Once they find a buffet here, they will definitely follow the smell and come to have a meal. By then, the remains of flesh and blood will be scattered everywhere, will only make the situation worse. Is there a way to get rid of them quietly and then bring the bodies back and dispose of them? Looking at the corpses in front of the camera, Dr. Joe wanted to figure out why they looked like this, so he asked. Leave it to me. One group and two groups enter the sniper point and shoot the heads of the corpses outside the target first, then break off the legs. After ensuring that they are completely incapacitated, the third group goes out to deal with the corpses. Although the Little Garden Workstation is a research station, it is also equipped with a very high-end weapon system in order to fight against threats deep in the Jingu Forest. It is easy to eliminate these zombies that don't look very good. Soon, silenced gunshots started to sound one after another, and the corpses wandering outside the workstation were headshot one by one and their limbs were broken. Obviously Captain Zhao has watched a lot of zombie movies and knows what to do to minimize the threat of this monster. But they will soon know that what they encounter this time is far stranger than zombies. As the last body fell, large caliber sniper bullets easily shattered its head and legs. These corpses that came from nowhere were so weak that the security team had not expected them. They didn't react to the attack, they were simply destroyed and then toppled to the ground. This situation made everyone on the rooftop even more vigilant. Groups 1 and 2 should not leave their sniper positions. Group 3 will follow me and prepare to set off. If you find danger, don't be too eager to fight. Captain Zhao stood at the door, looked at the three groups of team members gathered around him, and said in a deep voice. The security team of the Little Garden Workstation has a total of 15 people. Both the quality of the personnel and the weapons and equipment are top-notch. There will be no problem just dealing with the corpses outside. What is really worrying is what is hidden behind this phenomenon. With the gate opening, Captain Zhao took the lead and led three groups of team members to rush out of the rooftop. Instead of rushing to gather the bodies, the team members first stood guard at the door and checked the surrounding situation. After confirming that there were no other monsters hidden nearby, Captain Zhao made a gesture to the team members to gather the bodies. Let's start with the ones in the immediate area. The 5 team members work in pairs. One person is responsible for holding the body bag, and the other person is responsible for carrying the body. The extra 5th person is with Captain Zhao to cooperate with the other 2 groups on the rooftop. Periphery. The operation went relatively smoothly. Soon, 5 corpses were put into body bags and returned to the rooftop. Attention, avoid any form of direct contact with the corpse. Do not remove the protective mask without my order. While patrolling in the wind and snow, Captain Zhao's eyes fell on the wreckage on the ground. He reminded the team members and checked the condition of the corpse. Suddenly, as if he had discovered something, his steps suddenly stopped. He squatted down and picked up the crooked nameplate on the chest of the corpse. Farm number 3, Cultivator Shu Lin. These corpses seem to come from farms outside Danhang City. How is it possible that they appear here? Reporting to the captain, the Disaster Prevention Bureau has reported multiple incidents of human-faced owl attacks recently. A large number of farm employees have disappeared. The bodies here are likely to be the missing persons. There are people in the team who pay attention to current affairs news and gave the answers immediately. Human-faced owl. Hearing this rather familiar title, Captain Zhao was stunned for half a second, and then recalled the conversation he had with UK not long ago. I was tracking a human-faced owl, and lying on the ground was its fresh victim from a farm. Single quote. If we say that these frozen corpses in front of us and the people who just fell from the sky are all victims of the human-faced owl attack. They appeared near the small garden workstation one after another. Is it an accident? After a brief silence, Captain Zhao stood up suddenly. After the farm employees captured by the human-faced owls died, they wandered here in groups in the snowstorm. Something that is difficult for living people to do. Are their corpses equipped with intelligent positioning systems? How could it be an accident? Realizing that something was wrong, Captain Zhao felt horrified and hurriedly shouted on the communication channel. Everyone immediately stopped collecting the corpses and retreated to the workstation. One group threw out all the corpses they had just dragged in. The second group immediately went to the medical room to check the situation and look at the people we had just rescued. Although they did not understand the instructions given by Captain Zhao, the team members still subconsciously followed them. The bodies that were still being collected were discarded directly, and the body bags were no longer needed. The three groups of team members began to retreat to the workstation. Captain Zhao also took quick steps towards the gate. However, before Captain Zhao could run out a few steps, an abnormal sound above his head made his expression suddenly change. He looked up and saw a huge black shadow falling from the sky and landing in front of the gate, directly blocking the security team members from returning. Entrance to the workstation. The human-faced owl stood up from the snow with a swaying figure, but its appearance had changed. Two sharp claws crushed the ice and snow, and the huge body stood tall. The pair of wings that should have been dark were now full of flowing chaotic colors, outlining an indiscernible pattern. The joints in the middle mutated into three-toed bone claws, and as the forward lean of the body is supported on the ground. The ferocious head was lowered, and Captain Zhao could clearly see the marks that looked like those made by a knife and axe, but now they had become part of the human-faced owl's head, which was filled with amorphous whirlpools of twisted colors. The eyes opened as if in a different space, peeping at the world. Hiss, gah. With his eyes locked on the security team members, the human-faced owl suddenly opened its mouth and roared. This was like a signal of attack. The corpses that collapsed on the ground were shaking, and strange phosphorescent-colored liquid spurted out from their bodies. In just a few seconds, these mangled corpses seemed to be given new life. They have no heads and legs, but are pulled by amorphous colors and merged into a disgusting suture monster. 7 or 8 arms support the ground, and the heads are connected to the gaps in the broken legs, and they attack the nearest security team members. A nightmare scene was staged in front of the workstation, and mutations were also occurring in the rooftop. The communication channel was full of members of the first and second groups exclaiming. It was obvious that the corpses that had just been put in had also begun to connect in series. Close the gate and never let these monsters in. Teams 1 and 2 must ensure the safety of the workstation and protect the researchers. Captain Zhao stared closely at the human-faced owl and the suture monster in front of him, pulled the gun bolt, and issued new instructions. The third group will join me to delay the people in the workstation, use C formation to face the enemy, and open fire. They are indeed the elite troops stationed in Jinggu Forest. Almost as soon as Captain Zhao finished speaking, the team members quickly opened up their formation, spitting flames from their guns, and bullets poured towards the twisted monster in front, mixed with several grenades in the process. The hot bullets shot out, the explosion's fire shook the flying snow, and the two monsters were beaten so hard that they trembled all over. As long as these two twisted monsters can be delayed here, and the chaos in the workstation ends, the situation can be turned around. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is extremely cruel. The bullets and grenades did indeed damage the monsters, but the effect was not as outstanding as expected. The human-faced owl used its wings as a shield, and the flowing colors on them easily intercepted the bullets. The suture monster did not avoid it, but just rushed forward. There was an accident in the laboratory. Pandora is rioting and is trying to escape from the cabin. We need reinforcements. The anxious cry for help from Station Master he sounded on the communication channel, making the already bad situation worse. What on earth is it? Single quote. What happened in front of him was beyond Captain Zhao's understanding. For a moment, he even suspected that he was in a dream, and then so many things that went against common sense appeared. Captain Zhao suddenly woke up until the sound of the snowmobile horn sounded from behind. Turn around and look. Just when I saw the snowmobile breaking through the wind and snow, it suddenly stopped behind. A muscular figure got out of the car, holding a long-handled axe, and flew towards this side. The situation at the little garden workstation was beyond UK's expectation. He drove here on a snowmobile specifically to hand over the newly obtained samples to researchers. Unexpectedly, I heard a familiar high-pitched neighing sound from a distance. The resurrected human-faced owl appears outside the workstation. UK is not a fool. He quickly realized that it was no coincidence that the human-faced owl came to this place instead of seeking revenge on him after resurrecting from the dead. The colors that spewed out of its body after it died seemed to have the ability to control the corpse, forcing it to come here. Thinking about it this way, it was probably not an accident that the human-faced owl left the victim outside the workstation earlier. Seeing the mutated human-faced owl attacking the security personnel at the workstation, UK had no intention of standing idly by. He currently lacks the professional experience of forest hunter, so he cannot miss the opportunity before him. Brush the human-faced owl once when it's alive, and brush it again when it's dead. Carrying the Leviathan axe and arriving first, UK passed over Captain Zhao, whom he had met before, and opened the communication channel. I'm responsible for holding back the human-faced owl. You go and deal with the Stitch monster next to you first. Because he was not sure about the human-faced owl's combat power after the mutation, UK didn't finish his words, but just offered to help them share the pressure. This monster is very strong, you have to be careful. There is no doubt about the strength of the ranger hunter who dared to chase the human-faced owl in the snowstorm, but the monster in front of him was also weird, Captain Zhao subconsciously reminded him. As a result, before he could finish his words, he saw UK swinging an axe to cut off the wings of the human-faced owl, and then he fought in close quarters without hesitation. UK tried to verify his suspicions with close combat. The human-faced owl's tactics against enemies have been mentioned before. The air superiority brought by its flight ability, creating whirlwinds or shocking sound waves after widening the distance or its strongest points. In a blizzard environment, as long as the human-faced owl grasps the distance, it is not easy to kill UK, who does not have any long-range capabilities. The crux of the matter lies in this. The human-faced owl, which has been resurrected from the dead and undergone a mutation, should logically become more powerful in combat. But now it chose to land and join the battle. Not only did it voluntarily give up its ability to fly, it also launched a ground charge towards the security personnel at the workstation. It had no chance to fly out of the nest before, but now it has voluntarily given up flying. It can be said that there is no conspiracy in the changes before and after. No, it shouldn't be said to be the conspiracy of the human-faced owl. The color surging in his corpse is the real master behind the scenes. As the battle started again, UK's speculation was verified. UK made up his mind to fight the human-faced owl in close combat, and soon took the initiative. The latter seemed to have forgotten its ability to fly, always blocking the entrance and exit of the workstation, attacking anyone who tried to get close. The so-called phoenix that landed on the ground is not as good as a chicken. The human-faced owl is still a bird after all. Facing UK's fierce attack, all it can do is to keep flapping its wings, trying to cover UK's sight with snow, and then swinging its sharp claws to attack UK. Crucial. This is undoubtedly an opportunity for UK to test the results of recent training. His body swayed in the wind and snow. With his greatly increased sense of detecting and filling gaps, UK was often able to make early judgments on the awkward claw attacks of the human-faced owl. His strong physical fitness coupled with enhanced toughness, it made him cope with it with ease. Stepping forward, sideways dodged the falling claws, and then leaned back and lowered his waist to avoid the sweeping bone claws in the middle of the wings. He stood up again with one hand on the ground and approached the human-faced owl's abdomen again. Leviathan the axe slashed horizontally and vertically, disemboweling him. This should have been a serious injury to the human-faced owl. However, there was no joy on UK's face after he succeeded. The reason is simple. What flows out of the wound is not the organs and blood, but a large mass of twisted chaotic colors. They are like universal glue, easily smoothing the wound, allowing the masked owl to continue fighting. No wonder this guy dares to block the road like this. He is a corpse, so how can he be afraid of physical trauma? With half-squinted eyes, facing the resurrected human-faced owl in front of him, UK tried his best to deal with it, but at the same time, he felt more and more troublesome. However, he still tried to get as close to the human-faced owl as possible while dodging the attack. If you want to kill this monster, you must rely on another ability that you can't miss, that is, catching the target's flaws in battle. At this moment, after a long period of close observation, the characteristic of detecting and filling gaps finally took effect. Mutated human-faced owl. The body of the human-faced owl infected by unknown life forms is difficult to kill by physical means and is afraid of strong light. There is never a perfect existence in this world, and the seemingly immortal human-faced owl also has weaknesses. Just where to get the bright light now? UK's helmet came with its own lighting, but the brightness was quite limited, obviously not high enough to provide strong light, so he had to contact security personnel. Captain Zhao, based on my previous experience, these monsters seem to be affected by strong light. Is there a strong light source in the workstation? Yes, the rooftop of the workstation serves as an outpost, and a night searchlight is prepared. I will contact the team members inside. Captain Zhao, who was leading his men to fight with the Stitch monster, responded hurriedly. Although he didn't know where UK got the information, but in this situation, he could only treat the dead horse as a living horse doctor and contact the team members who were still in the workstation. One group, sent 2 people to the control room. Captain, we were attacked. The bullets could not cause damage to the corpses that had just been dragged in. We were forced to retreat into the station. These corpses seemed to have a clear target and went straight to the research room. Station master, he was seeking reinforcements through the internal broadcast. Pandora goes berserk and is about to lose control. The medical room is also asking for help. We are short of manpower and need reinforcements. Quote. Before Captain Zhao could finish speaking, the more anxious voices of the team members in the workstation came back. There has never been such a bad situation since the Little Garden workstation was built. At this point, Captain Zhao knew that it was impossible to call back the team members who went to protect the researchers. If the laboratory fell, it would be meaningless for them to crush the 2 monsters outside. With no manpower available anywhere, Captain Zhao had no choice but to risk his own life. While instructing 3 groups of team members to suppress the Stitch monster, he rushed to the workstation single-handedly and contacted UK on the communication channel. I'll go to the control room and turn on the lights throughout the station. Help me lure the human-faced owl away so it doesn't block the entrances and exits. Don't worry, leave this to me. UK paid attention to Captain Zhao's position. When the latter approached the entrance, the human-faced owl became obviously impatient. There is no doubt that the color surging in its body gave the corpse the most resolute order. Do not allow anyone to cross it into the workstation. Although he didn't know what was happening inside the Little Garden workstation, UK still realized that now was the most critical time. With his legs slightly bent, UK jumped out and struck the human-faced owl on its right leg with an axe, forcibly preventing it from rescuing. The more the enemy wants to do something, the harder it is to make it happen. Although UK is stronger than Captain Zhao, the latter knows nothing about the situation in the Little Garden workstation. Even if you risk your way in, you won't be able to find a way out. It is better to stay outside and entangle the human-faced owl to reduce the defensive pressure. The human-faced owl turned around to intercept, but UK caught the flaw. The axe blade cut into his right paw. UK raised his eyebrows lightly, tensed the muscles in his arms and exerted force again, trying to cripple one of the human-faced owl's legs. With UK's current strength, this is not difficult. However, when the axe blade was pressed forward, he clearly felt a force of pushback in the human-faced owl's body. The color flowing in the human-faced owl's body seemed to be aware of his intentions, and overflowed from the wound, along that he attacked UK with the axe of Leviathan. UK immediately pulled away and retreated. After seeing the consequences of chaotic color infection, he was unwilling to be contaminated by this kind of thing. As expected, the newly opened wound healed again. Several consecutive battles proved that physical attacks were indeed difficult to kill the mutated human-faced owl. Thanks to UK's ability to check for leaks and fill in the gaps, otherwise even if they fought it to death in a snowstorm, there would be no results. Now it depends on when Captain Zhao can turn on the strong light source of the workstation. UK took a deep breath and decided to slow down the pace, not to kill the human-faced owl, but to delay its action. Anyway, there is no possibility of this guy getting into the workstation due to his size. At the same time, Captain Zhao had successfully rushed into the workstation under the cover of UK. At first glance, I saw bullet casings scattered on the rooftop, 2 rifles, and blood stains that had not yet dried up. It was obvious that a security team member had been killed, but there were no bodies or injured people. Captain Zhao's face darkened as he realized a certain possibility. He glanced at the elevator that was locked from the inside, and rushed to the emergency stairs next to it. On the way to the control room, he tried to contact the laboratory and received a response quickly. I'm He Zili, Captain Zhao, how is the situation over there? It is difficult for bullets to kill color-contaminated corpses. Using strong light may effectively inhibit their movements. I am heading to the control room to adjust the lights in all workstations and close the laboratory door. We must not let corpses rush into the laboratory, especially if we must avoid direct contact with them, otherwise new infections may arise. Perhaps because the laboratory had attracted most of the corpses, Captain Zhao's operation was quite smooth, and he still had room to explain to everyone in the laboratory how to resist the attack. What he did was undoubtedly the right thing to do. The small garden workstation itself is the Disaster Prevention Bureau's research base in Jinggu Forest. Needless to say, the strength of the building is obvious. As long as the laboratory door is closed, not to mention a dozen corpses or even a dozen wild boars will not be able to rush through it, open. In Captain Zhao's view, there is a way to hold on firmly. The problem is that strong fortresses are often breached from within. At this time, in the laboratory, all the walls of the experimental cabin where Pandora was imprisoned were closed, and a special curtain was used to isolate Pandora from everyone outside. Only the camera with adjustable screen in the experimental cabin could be used for observation. He easily locked the door of the laboratory and looked back at the many security personnel who had just withdrawn. Among them were 2 injured people who were attacked on the waist and legs. 2 doctors and their assistants were checking the injuries. Just as he was about to check the corpses rushing towards him from the other side of the aisle through the camera at the door, the disciple's voice suddenly came from behind him. "Teacher, Pandora's morphological changes are still continuing, and the frequency of activity is increasing." Luo Xingji stood in front of the observation platform and said nervously. Hearing this, he easily quickly turned around and ran to the observation platform, passing Dr. Zhou, who was carrying a first aid kit and preparing to bandage the wounded. "Zhou, just leave this to me. You just came back from the rooftop and need to rest." Dr. Zhou, whose face turned pale and looked a little panicked, had just picked up the detector to check the wound condition of the wounded when his shoulder was pressed. When he looked back, it was Dr. Lu who had chosen to stay in the medical room before. Thank you." Seeing Dr. Lu with a calm expression, Zhou took a breath and didn't care why Dr. Lu called his name so aggressively. He took the initiative to get out of the way and asked again. "What happened to the body in the lab? It probably did too." "Don't worry, I tied it with a laboratory tie. If we can go back smoothly this time, it will definitely become the best experimental material for our research paper. By then, both you and I will be famous in the academic world." Dr. Lu blinked and had an awkward-looking smile on his face. Zhou was stunned for half a second. Seeing that the former had turned around and bent over to check on the wounded, he said nothing more. In front of the observation platform, he easily looked at the experimental cabin in the black and white picture that was constantly expanding in the fog. Wandering around, his expression became more solemn. What kind of life form can actually look like this? It looks like a ball of ink blown into the air, but there is no corresponding color in the spectrum. It emits light autonomously, and some like a radiation burst. Listening to the disciples muttering beside him, he easily raised his hand and pulled him away from the observation platform to prevent the former from being affected and having mental problems like other researchers. Standing alone in front of the stage. Frankly speaking, he easily no longer recognized Pandora's appearance. Half a month ago, the research team passed a stream while out for investigation, and accidentally discovered a bright silver irregular body with a diameter of 9.3 centimeters. There were a large number of slender tentacles on its surface, capturing the organisms in the stream substance. This is a life form that has never been seen before. Such a significant discovery made the researchers at the workstation so happy that they even named it Pandora. At that time, they probably would never have thought that Pandora lived up to its name. It brings disaster. Yes, Hizili had a strong premonition that the human-faced owls and stitched corpses outside were all here because of it. As for why now, the reason is simple. It has entered a new life cycle. The experimental cabin can no longer provide it with enough nutrition. It wants to escape from here. Similarly, Hizili felt strong vigilance in his mind. He had a premonition that if Pandora was allowed to escape from the experimental cabin or even the small garden workstation, the consequences would be disastrous. Bang, bang, there was a dull knocking sound outside the laboratory door. Those resurrected corpses are coming, and they are coming to save Pandora. The security personnel stood up with guns drawn and waved the researchers to retreat to the rear. We must not let them break in. We must defend this place. We are the last line of defense to guard Pandora. Hizili suddenly took 2 steps forward and shouted, his voice a little hysterical, but his eyes were full of fear. Just at the same time he spoke, the special curtain covering the experimental bulkhead behind him shimmered, and the gap slowly appeared. Whether it is Hizili or Captain Zhao, they always subconsciously ignore Pandora during their actions. This kind of neglect does not mean that they do not pay attention to it, but that they always put Pandora aside when calculating the enemy's combat effectiveness. The reason is simple. Pandora has been locked in the experimental cabin for nearly half a month, and there has never been an accident. In addition, the Disaster Prevention Bureau itself spent a lot of resources to build the laboratory, so ordinary attacks cannot cause damage at all. Inertial thinking is the most deadly. Everyone's attention was attracted by the mutated human-faced owl and the stitched corpse monster outside the laboratory. Little did they know that Pandora was no longer what it used to be. The special curtain was the first to be broken through, and chaotic colors appeared through the transparent glass of the experimental cabin. At first, it was just a light beam as thick as a thumb, and then it continued to expand. The curtains melted in the light, and chaotic colors were projected to various areas in the laboratory, and reflected on the surfaces of the instruments, causing Hizili and others to exclaim. Those are lights that cannot be described in words. They spread unbridled, completely swallowing up the familiar world of everyone in the laboratory and transforming it into a strange space. What's more important is that Pandora can now directly touch the experimental bulkhead. A few people who were closer could even hear the sound of some kind of sticky object squirming. Everyone, don't look back. Don't look at it. As the leader of the project, Hizili knows better than him the performance of each equipment. At this time, nothing can help. What's more important is that after testing just now, the researcher responsible for studying Pandora last night was mentally affected due to long-term exposure to the colored light projected by Pandora and looking directly at it. Turning back at this point will only exacerbate the impact. Pandora, who cannot be stopped by the curtain gate, will also not be stopped by the laboratory bulkhead. Breakthrough is only a matter of time. All they can hope for now is that Captain Zhao will enter the control room as soon as possible, and that the bright light he said will have a suppressive effect on Pandora. The only way to turn on and off the lights in the laboratory is to turn on and off the lights. If you want to instantly increase the brightness, you can only use the computer in the main control room. Mentor, what should we do now? I'm afraid the glass in the experimental cabin won't last long. Luo Xingji stood nearby, half of his face illuminated by the colorful light, his forehead covered with cold sweat, and he stuttered. I don't want to die here, I also want to go back to Danhang City. Participating in the research project of the Little Garden Workstation is not a safe job. After all, it is located deep in the Jingu forest, but the current situation is beyond the limit that everyone can bear. The more critical the situation, the more important it is to stay calm. We can't go anywhere now, so don't get into trouble. It is not that there is no safe passage in the workstation. The problem is that the passage is not in the laboratory. At this time, the door has been blocked by the corpses. Opening the door and rushing out is the last resort. However, in the face of this high-pressure environment, several researchers who were already mentally exhausted due to their previous work could not bear it first. They stood up and asked the security personnel to take them out together. Even if they die in the hands of those corpses, they don't want to be in the same room with Pandora again. Hizili tried to maintain the situation, but he soon discovered that the situation had collapsed, because the corpses outside the door also had the same origin as Pandora. The closer distance makes them resonate, or Pandora starts to take over. The security personnel with guns were the first to notice the intruding colors between the cracks in the door. They fired subconsciously, but it had no effect. The bullets hit these amorphous colors and could not even produce ripples, only sparks flying when they scratched the floor. Not only that, there were small cracking sounds coming from the experimental cabin behind everyone. Even Hizili was a little anxious now. If they kept waiting like this, they would be attacked from both sides and no one could leave. Get ready to open the laboratory door. The escort team is in front, and the others are following closely. The target is the escape passage in the workstation. Get out of here first. The current situation does not allow them to delay any longer, so they can only choose to fight. The laboratory door opens. The stitched corpse monster outside the door waved its arms to put away the chaotic colors on the ground, and its 6 legs spread out to block the door. The security members of the first and second groups rushed forward while firing, trying to suppress the stitched corpse monster in this way and create a passage for the researchers to move forward. It was at this time that the experimental bulkhead suddenly shattered, and Pandora was completely freed. At this moment, many researchers close to the experimental cabin felt a burning sensation on their exposed skin. The strong uneasiness made everyone, including Hizili, dare not hesitate at all, and rushed forward closely behind the security team. But at the same time they acted, the stitched corpse monster in front of the door seemed to have expected it. The middle part of its bloated body suddenly opened, and a large group of amorphous chaotic colors spewed out, covering everyone approaching. Rao was the security team member who was charging forward. His face under the mask was full of bitterness at the moment, and he didn't know what to do. At this critical moment, the lights above suddenly burst into bright light. Captain Zhao succeeded. Hizili quickly looked in front of him, and was surprised to find that the colors that should have enveloped them began to retract into the body of the stitched corpse monster at a faster speed, trying to avoid the strong light. Bright light works. Realizing this, Hizili breathed a sigh of relief and subconsciously checked Pandora behind him. Since strong light can suppress these chaotic colors, as long as they don't let it escape this time and remodel the experimental cabin, they may be able to suppress Pandora again, and the subsequent research will not be abandoned halfway. However, when Hizili turned back to check on Pandora, the scene in front of him made his pupils shrink suddenly. Pandora, who was originally going to pounce on them, turned and went directly into the ventilation duct on the top of the laboratory after being suppressed by the strong light. It seemed to be huge, but it easily shrank its body and sneaked into the gap. Hizili wanted to speak to stop it, but then he thought of the current situation in the laboratory and closed his mouth bitterly. Strong light cannot cover the ventilation duct in the workstation. Just when the situation in the workstation gradually stabilized, the battle outside the station also had its final result as the searchlight rose on the top of the rooftop. UK, who had held the human-faced owl with his own strength, was bathed in the strong light focused here. He no longer needed to endure, and swung his axe to cut off the wings of the human-faced owl. When it staggered forward, he turned around and chopped off its head. This time, there was no more chaotic color to patch it up. Just when UK thought the situation had improved, the uplifted earth slope not far away made him suddenly open his eyes wide. Facts have proven that strong light does have a suppressive effect on these unknown colors. Once shrouded in bright light, the chaotic colors become dull, like frogs in a pond at night. Not only the activity is greatly reduced, the desire to attack seems to disappear with it. The human-faced owl, standing motionless in the bright light, is the best proof. Even if it is slaughtered by Leviathan's axe, its color will no longer change. Repair wounds. UK thought victory was within reach. Unexpectedly, the situation inside the workstation was far worse than he expected. The raised earth slope on the other side of the rooftop attracted the attention of everyone outside the station, and UK quickly moved forward to investigate. Before he could even get close, the soil slope was already broken, and gray pipe fragments were faintly visible among the splashing frozen soil. It was obvious that something broke the pipe buried in the soil of the small garden workstation from the bottom up. It couldn't wait to get out of trouble, and UK was the first witness. What initially rose up from the entrance of the cave were just a few foamy particles of chaotic color, which seemed to be exploring the path. When it realized that the strong light of the workstation did not cover the place, its body spurted out. UK raised his head, and the pupils of his eyes behind the mask suddenly shrank. The chaotic color that emerged from the pothole was something it had never seen before. It was extremely large in size and rising in a spiral. The extremely weird sight even gave people a strange feeling, a feeling of impending doom. This feeling was far beyond anything their minds could conceive of. The color of chaos is no longer just a simple luminous body, but has transformed into an indescribable terror spewing out from the well. As this invisible torrent of unrecognizable colors leaves the pit, it expresses its intense presence. The chaotic colors in the human-faced owl and the stitched corpse monster in another place gathered here, and as it flowed directly to the snow-filled sky, it was impossible to trace. UK, who was standing there, couldn't move his eyes away, and his head felt a strong tingling sensation in the process. It was at this time that new information came from the professional label system. The unspeakable horror was discovered for the first time, and the investigator took office successfully. The sudden information dispelled UK's mental drowsiness and cheered him up, and he was a little surprised by his new career. You must know that in the past, whether it was teacher or forest hunter, UK was recognized by the career system only if he had the corresponding certificates. This is the first time that the system has generated a career on its own. It's not like UK has never tried to obtain an undocumented job. To give a simple example, he is now a video author on the YouTube video website. The playback volume of 2 consecutive videos is not low. But even so, the career system has no tendency to generate internet celebrity careers. Obviously, the system's choice of career is there is a pattern. Because of this, the emergence of the investigator profession made UK quickly realize its value. Apart from anything else, just from the fact that it was a profession that was created after witnessing the so-called indescribable horror, even if it does not have any characteristics because it is the first level, UK can still have a hunch that this profession should be quite powerful. The only drawback is that it is difficult to upgrade this profession, and you have to take a lot of risks. Watching the chaotic colors disappear into the sky. UK had no intention of tracking, and he couldn't do it now, so he could only return to the small garden workstation. The battle is over. The security team members slumped together and looked at each other. They successfully defended the little garden workstation, but they didn't feel happy at all. After nearly an hour of rest, UK was invited by Captain Zhao into the canteen of the workstation as a guest. Because there were still many things to do in the laboratory and the damaged areas in the workstation needed to be repaired, Station Master he just came over to express his gratitude and gave UK a large bag of precious ingredients and medicines in the workstation before leaving in a hurry. Wine glasses clinked, and UK and Zhao Chaowu, Captain Zhao, sat opposite each other. Thanks to you this time. Without your advice, I really don't know how it would have ended. Thinking of the danger before, Zhao Chaowu raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp. After he relaxed, his face was full of fear, and he added, "When the people from the Disaster Prevention Bureau arrive, I will ask for credit for you. You will not be short of the reward you deserve, I promise you." The biggest disadvantage of the workstation deep in the Mirror Lake Forest is that it is difficult to get support. Even the Disaster Prevention Bureau cannot do it in a snowstorm. If there was no strong light suppression, and Pandora and the stitched corpse monster were attacking from the front and back, none of the researchers in the little garden workstation would be able to escape, and the consequences would be unimaginable. I also accidentally discovered this when I was hunting the man-faced owl. When it came back from the dead, it reacted very strongly to the light. What on earth did you escape from the laboratory just now? UK found an excuse to excuse himself, but after thinking about it, he still couldn't help but ask. He wanted to know what the indescribable terror actually meant, and it was related to the future upgrade path of the investigator career. To be honest, I don't know how to explain to you that it was discovered by the research team in a stream half a month ago. It suddenly changed in the past 2 days, which led to the series of things that just happened. Mentioning Pandora, Zhao Chaowu also had a wry smile on his face. Who would have thought that an experimental subject that was no bigger than a shot put not long ago could create such a large moth? What are you going to do about it? I just saw it rising into the sky. I'm afraid it will sneak back into Jingu Forest. From the characteristics displayed by the chaotic colors, coupled with the terrifying beasts deep in the Jingu Forest, UK felt his teeth sore and quickly stuffed a piece of braised pork into his mouth. What Zhao Chaowu said doesn't sound like a lie. It seems that the little garden workstation is probably confused now. Now we can only take one step at a time. When the cold wave ends, we will apply to the Disaster Prevention Bureau to conduct a search and try to find it. Since the strong light is effective, as long as traces of it can be found in the future, there is the possibility of reincarcerating it. Quote. Zhao Chaowu shrugged his shoulders and said somewhat helplessly, "The cold wave will only disappear in a few days. At this time, no one dares to venture into the depths of Jingu Forest, including the Disaster Prevention Bureau. After eating and drinking, UK was ready to leave the small garden workstation. The harvest from this trip has been considerable. Although the mutated human-faced owl carcass was recovered by the workstation as experimental material, UK also received medicines of considerable value, not only for him, but also for wild animals. They are all top grade and difficult to buy on the market, kind of. In addition, there is also a lot of professional experience. Forest Hunter has been upgraded and new traits have been generated. Trophy. By killing special hunting targets, there is a high probability of obtaining the target's main attribute enhancement, a small probability of obtaining some of its skills, and a very small probability of obtaining some of its characteristics. Looking at the information about the new traits, UK was satisfied. It's approaching evening. UK returned to the forest patrol camp at night. Close the campground gate, park the snowmobile, and charge it. The searchlight on the top of the sentry tower was turned on time. UK did not rush back to the house, but used the light to patrol around the camp. The intensity of the wind and snow increased at night, and the temperature reached nearly -45 degrees. I don't know if it was because the forest patrol camp was in the wilderness, or if it was the same everywhere. The snow that had just been melted with snow melting agent in the morning had refrozen. Fortunately, the lines and houses were all normal. He took out a large bag of high-end ingredients and fruits from the trunk and put them in the freezer in the hunting cabin, taking out only large pieces of beef and fruits. Although there are various rules and regulations for food rationing in Danhang City, the researchers at the Little Garden Workstation have always been treated very well, not to mention all kinds of well-preserved high-quality beef and mutton, and even seafood. Able to supply in large quantities. The amount of gifts UK received this time was enough to satisfy his craving for the next few days. Passing by the area where the alarming deer were resting, UK glanced briefly. The feeding effect in the morning was good, so I will definitely have no problem getting through tonight. Go up the stairs to the sentry tower and push the door open. The moment he took off his helmet, UK dropped his shoulders, moved his neck and let out a deep breath. The long-distance attack coupled with the continuous fierce battles, the body has accumulated a considerable degree of fatigue, but it is just that it is stretched outside. After taking off his combat uniform, UK immediately raised the charcoal stove and put the braised beef on the stove to cook. Wait until the temperature inside the house warms up before entering the bathroom. Standing under the shower head, hot water spreads over the whole body, relieving the soreness of the muscles. UK squinted his eyes, images of chaotic colors swirling in his mind. This was the first time he had come into contact with such a strange existence. Despite the weakness of strong light, chaos color or Pandora still shows impressive characteristics, and can even allow the system to directly generate the investigator profession, which can be said to be unprecedented. Does this mean that if investigator wants to level up, he must come into contact with more such monsters? If it was true, UK didn't know whether to be happy or worried. Fortunately, the investigator profession that relies on unknown terror to upgrade must be extremely powerful. As long as he can upgrade, the effects of his traits will never let him down. However, through Pandora, UK also clearly realized the horror of this kind of existence. He saw the resurrection of the human-faced owl and the horror of the suture corpse monster. He could be infected by it if he was not careful. It was definitely not a disease that could be cured by modern medicine. Wiping his face, thinking too much about the scene when Pandora escaped made UK a little inexplicably anxious. Thinking of the state of the researchers at the workstation, he quickly changed his mind and checked the new characteristics of the forest hunter. There is no doubt about the strength of this trait. As long as you hunt special targets, you can enhance your physical fitness and acquire skills or traits with a certain probability. This is simply tailor-made for lone hunters like UK. Like the giant python he met earlier, if he could hunt it now, UK's body's flexibility would be greatly improved, and if he was lucky, he could even gain the ability to create poisonous miasma. After taking a shower, put on loose pajamas. UK put noodles into the braised beef, cut up a portion of the fruit plate, and brought it to the computer together. The game character still stayed in the original place, exited the game directly, opened his mobile phone and replied to the group message, saying that he had successfully hunted the man-faced owl and returned successfully. He immediately received a large number of replies. The group is all forest hunters, and they all know how bad the environment outside is. UK braved the snowstorm to chase the hunter-faced owl deep into the Jingu forest. This job was a bit too big, so they all asked the former to send 2 photos or videos to see. They knew that UK would definitely take them. This video must not be posted, and the part involving the little garden workstation must be edited out. Pandora's existence is too special, and UK doesn't want to get into trouble because of it. He casually found an excuse and asked them to follow his video account and wait for the video to be released. UK ate beef noodles and casually turned on the popular monster show to eat. With the advent of the Cataclysm era, monsters are no longer a topic that people are afraid to avoid. There are many programs about monsters on the internet, such as Trace of the Monsters, that UK is watching now. The core content of the program is to tell and discuss various monster incidents that have triggered heated discussions at home and abroad. Through this program, UK can see images of various monsters, accumulate knowledge and experience in dealing with them. 2 years ago, a monster attack code-named Sharknado occurred in the famous coastal city of Los Angeles. In just one night, more than 100 mutated man-eating sharks fell from the sky and landed all over the city. For some unknown reason, their fins mutated into stubby animal legs, so there were scenes of sharks running wildly on the streets of the city center chasing humans. UK watched the live footage broadcast by the program team and took 2 big mouthfuls of beef noodles. He just picked up the beer next to him and planned to take a sip when he saw an information prompt popping up at the bottom right of the computer screen. Video communication request from the Forestry Protection Bureau and the Forest Patrol Director. Ahem. UK, who almost choked on the noodles, hurriedly took the noodle bowl aside, wiped his mouth, and accepted the video communication. A dialog box popped up on the computer screen, and then the face of Chief Jung of the Forest Patrol Department appeared. Not surprisingly, this communication is about what happened in the little garden workstation. Station Master, he reported the information truthfully to the General Administration of Disaster Prevention of Danhang City. Zhao Chaowu also specifically asked for credit for UK as he said. As a department under the General Administration of Disaster Prevention, the Forestry Prevention Bureau naturally attached great importance to this matter. Pay attention to. There is no need to repeat some polite words. What UK really cares about is the reward for this action. Ranking Hunter Number 281 UK. After the evaluation of the audit department, your achievements and strength are enough to promote you to a 2-star hunter. This is an unprecedented promotion speed. By then, your various benefits will be improved. When the cold wave ends, just take the bus back to complete the promotion process. In addition, the Disaster Prevention Bureau is going to award you a medal and there are additional rewards for you to choose from. Chief Jung looked at UK with undisguised joy and appreciation on his face. It is never easy to be promoted from 1-star to 2-star as a ranger hunter. Normally, it takes 2 to 3 years to complete the qualifications. The premise is that there are no omissions in the work and occasional meritorious service. UK was promoted within less than a month after taking office, which is really a scorpion's shit, the only one. As for the so-called promotion process, in fact, the Forestry Protection Bureau wanted to take this opportunity to evaluate UK's strength, update his file information, and confirm whether he had become a transcendent. UK naturally had no objection to this. His ability was genuine and it would take at most 2 days to complete the promotion process once he returned to Danhang City. Not to mention there are medals and additional rewards from the Disaster Prevention Bureau. Although I don't know what the specific reward is, based on UK's contribution in this incident, it will definitely not be shabby. Chapter 41. The 5th day of the cold wave. At this time, there are only 2 days left before the end of the cold wave given by the Danhang Meteorological Observatory. UK's cat winter life continues. In the early morning of this morning, UK, who had just finished his morning exercise, received a text message from the hunting team. The sender was Anseli, whom she had met twice before. She hoped that after the cold wave ended, UK could lead her team to the human-faced owl's lair. The human-faced owl was originally the target that the team led by her needed to solve. As a result, not only did the task fail to be completed, but the little garden workstation almost collapsed. Although UK came to help solve the crisis, for her, her own dereliction of duty was irrefutable. Therefore, after learning that the carcass of the human-faced owl had been listed as research material by the little garden workstation, she hoped to go to the human-faced owl nest that the hunting team could not find, at least to have a clearer understanding of this kind of monster. Of course, Anseli made it clear in the text message that he would not let UK go back empty-handed. At the same time, he sent a list of equipment within the hunting team, indicating that if there was anything he liked, he could ask and choose any two. She personally delivered the package to UK. Anseli was so high-spirited that UK didn't show any pretense and immediately agreed to her request, just to lead the way. Holding a cup of instant milk tea and sitting on the lounge chair placed in front of the window, UK looked out the window at the raging wind and snow under the dim sky. Recently, he fell in love with watching the snow in front of the window. It's not for the sake of poetry, but he really likes the feeling of looking at the frozen world outside while hiding in a warm room. But today's snow and wind seemed to be particularly bad. UK curled his lips and turned his eyes to the equipment list on the screen of his mobile phone. The logistics of the hunting team are really not comparable to the shops in the transfer station. Even if the equipment here is not clearly marked with a price, UK can still feel its value, even if the list itself has been streamlined and some special equipment does not appear on it. Anseli only listed the parts that he had the authority to obtain for UK. Frankly speaking, UK doesn't have high demand for weapons now. He took advantage of the newly updated Sharptooth bow and arrow and Leviathan axe, and there was nothing in the list that could perfectly replace them. This kind of opportunity to pick equipment from the hunting team doesn't come around very often, and UK doesn't want to waste it. His attention was quickly drawn to the combat uniform among them. Compared with the combat uniforms issued by the Rangers, the equipment of the Rangers was obviously more luxurious. It was a pity that the individual armors worn by the Rangers that he had seen not long ago were no longer in the list. Otherwise, he would have really wanted to get a set. Don't say anything else, just be handsome and that's it. Just as UK was struggling with what to choose, the message that popped up on his phone made him frown. A Euro-The meteorological observatory warns that the intensity of the cold wave will increase again at the end, and the temperature is expected to drop to -60 degrees. Please prepare for the cold in all forest patrol camps. Euro. Grass. Again, UK sat up and looked out the window again. Just now he felt that something was wrong with the weather outside. Now it seems that the cold wave is planning to hit them hard before it ends. Turn around and go to the computer desk to check the data sent back by the thermometer outside. It was clearly daytime, but the temperature plummeted to -49 degrees, which made UK immediately nervous. He hurriedly changed into cold-proof clothes and prepared to go out to check the situation in the camp, and at the same time visit the horned deer hiding from the wind and snow in the camp. The blizzard environment of -50 to 60 degrees is very likely to defeat their self-protection, and he must deal with it. UK, fully dressed, opened the door. The first thing I saw was the completely frozen snow and ice on the railing in front of the house. When he got down to the camp, UK immediately went to check on the situation of the alarming deer herd. His worries were correct. The horned deer in the camp were already old and weak. The current ambient temperature was already approaching the limit of what they could withstand. Most of their bodies were buried in snow and they couldn't stop shivering. The hay brought by the Jinghorn Deer King has long been used up. In fact, even if there is still any, it has now become a lump of ice. Sensing UK's approach, only a few deer could still raise their heads to look at him. They tried their best to blink their eyes, and cold mist spewed out from their mouths and noses covered with ice. They wanted to call out, but in the end they could only tilt their heads and lie back. UK didn't hesitate and immediately turned around and headed straight to the parking lot. First, he drove his off-road vehicle and snowmobile into the snow in a corner of the camp, and then moved a few partitions originally used to repair the house to separate the parking lot on all sides. He turned around and rushed into the hunting lodge. Except for the freezer containing food, he cleared out all the other debris and put it in the back of the off-road vehicle or simply piled it in the corner of the camp. There was also a powerhouse, which blocked the lines and barely cleared an open space. After finishing all this, UK began to move the frightened deer. The older and larger deer with antlers managed to squeeze into these three sheltered places. Even if they were crowded together, they could not do anything. At least the temperature inside the house would allow them to survive the wind and snow. Due to the generally huge size of the horned deer, they soon filled up the vacant areas of the houses in the camp. There were only 5 or 6 young horned deer left, which were already freezing and unconscious. In desperation, UK had to carry them one by one on his shoulders and carry them into the watchtower house. If the house is dirty, you can find a way to clean it, and it doesn't matter if it smells bad. These cubs can be said to be the hope for the future of the Jinghorn deer herd. If they die here, it will undoubtedly be a huge blow to the Jinghorn deer herd. What's more, UK has been raising them for a few days and has consumed a lot of food. If they were to freeze to death in the snow, all the hard work would be wasted. Fortunately, UK's body was strong, and the vitality of the young deer was strong enough to quickly recover from the coma after entering the sentry tower house where the temperature was still more than 10 degrees Celsius. The change in the environment made them panic and want to get up. They calmed down again when they saw the carrots handed over by UK. Rubbing the forehead of the frightened deer calf in front of him, UK did not stay in the house for long, but prepared to go down and distribute another round of food. The food provided by the small garden workstation is enough for UK to survive the entire cold wave. The remaining food is worthless to him, and sufficient food can provide sufficient heat for the alarmed deer to withstand the extreme cold. Returning to the hunting lodge, he crawled over the deer with antlers and took out a large bag of vegetables. UK fed each deer with antlers some until they were all empty. Then he picked up a bag of radishes and potatoes and left, heading to the other 2. Every place. While UK was busy feeding the horned deer, in the wind and snow outside the camp, an uninvited guest strode forward. Its skinny torso was covered with snow, and its 4 long and narrow arms dragged along the snow beside it, creating several ravines. It raised its head, and between its hollow head like a mask, its blood-red eyes locked on the highlights of the camp ahead. There is no light allowed in this world. Yo, yo. After eating the whole big white radish, the frightened deer rubbed UK's palm and barked twice. UK held up the empty bag and let out a sigh of relief. Moving, settling and feeding the horned deer kept him busy for nearly an hour and a half. Fortunately, each of the frightened deer was properly placed before freezing to death. Although it is inevitably crowded, survival is no longer a problem. In this blizzard where the temperature is about to plummet to -60 degrees, this is the best ending. UK, who left the hunting lodge, was still a little worried about the Jinghorn deer king. Frankly speaking, when UK first approached the frightening antlered deer king, he did intend to turn it into a mount. He thought that by rescuing its tribe and repaying his kindness, he could use an ordinary frightening antlered deer as a means of transportation. The comings and goings in Jingu Forest are like the wind. However, as time went by, UK's impression of the Jinghorn deer king became more and more favorable due to its qualities as the leader of the group. Due to the cold wave, the deer have taken refuge in the camp these days. Every time the scary antlered deer king appears, he will bring gifts. The first 2 times were the chingling fruit that increases the heart and lung capacity, and later it became the purple eye fruit that can improve eyesight. They all have a great impact on him's help. According to the rules of the past few days, this time period should be when the Jinghorn deer king leads the young men in the group to deliver hay to the deer in the camp, but UK has not seen it yet. Could it be that the sudden intensification of the snowstorm severely damaged the deer herd outside? Realizing this possibility, UK began to consider driving to areas where the deer used to roam. Wait another half hour. If the deer king with amazing antlers has not appeared yet, he will go out to look for it. After making the decision, UK glanced at the camp gate. Just as he was about to return to the guard tower to make preparations, the sound from the snowproof fence erected outside the camp behind him made him feel happy. He hurriedly turned around, but what he saw made UK frown. I saw a dark shadow appearing high on the snow-covered fence. In the past, the reinforced concrete partitions outside the camp had early warning devices. This time, snow removal fences were installed to prevent the cold. This caused the early warning function to be temporarily suspended. UK never thought that there would be monsters braving such a strong blizzard. Break into camp. Through the raging wind and snow, UK could see the inward curved horns on its head, its tall but thin figure, and 4 arms on its side, 2 of which were holding on to the fence to stabilize its body, and 2 of which were held high, like he is holding something. A strong sense of crisis struck. The high perception made UK, whose vision was affected by the wind and snow, subconsciously turn sideways. Almost at the same time, a lump of ice the size of a fist passed by the side, was mounted on the steel frame of the sentry tower behind, and shattered into ice flakes flying across the air. The person who came here is not kind. UK didn't know where the guy in front of him came from, let alone what kind of monster it was. The sneak attack just now was enough to prove that the other party came with murderous intent. If an ice lump of this size hit his forehead, he would not be able to escape serious injury. The uninvited guest had no intention of stopping after one hit, and at the same time as the second lump of ice shot towards him, UK had already turned around and rushed towards the spot where the off-road vehicle was parked. He usually keeps his weapons and equipment in the trunk for easy access during action. While running, UK dodged left and right, using objects in the camp to cover from time to time. The whistling sounds from behind him and the shattering sounds after the impact of objects clearly told him that the other party was pursuing him. Leaping from the snow-proof fence into the camp, the uninvited guest ran forward with 2 long legs as thin as bamboo poles. The pace was particularly powerful, as if its bones alone could support its nearly 2-meter-high body. At the same time, its forearms are waving in the wind and snow. If you look closely, you will find that when the palm with 6 fingers passes through the wind and snow, it attracts the surrounding snowflakes to the palm like a magnet, forming irregular ice balls. Then throw it at UK at high speed. The many missed launches did not faze it. On the contrary, it enjoys the feeling of teasing its prey, watching the prey in front of it dodge left and right under its attack, wishing it could grow 2 more legs in a panic, so that its morbid desires can be satisfied. It's a pity that the campground is so big. The road ahead was blocked by an off-road vehicle, and the prey fled to the end. What followed was the climax of the hunt. He raised his arms high and smashed the lump of ice the size of a human head towards UK's waist and abdomen. Why not just aim at UK's head? Because it wants to play for a while. It is not easy to find suitable prey in this ice and snow. To a certain extent, it is right, the climax of this hunt has just begun. The axe blade shattered the ice. UK turned around and locked his eyes on the monster less than 10 meters in front of him. It was only now that he saw the latter's true appearance, and it was a guy he had never seen before. Under the inwardly curved horns is a huge skull covered with skewed cracks. It has multiple asymmetrical eye sockets of different sizes, with a scarlet light shining in them. The mouth is even more cracked, revealing white fangs. Its body shape is more like a jagged skeleton that was frozen to death in the wind and snow, but it only has 4 arms. The nightmare-like monster in front of him made UK frown. This cold wave seemed to drag the Jingu forest into a different world. First there was the human-faced owl that came back from the dead, and then there was the chaotic brilliance that shot straight into the sky. After finally enduring the cold wave, I didn't expect this weird guy to appear again. It was really a ghost. UK's mind immediately flashed with the video of the cold wave breaking out in other areas that he had seen not long ago. In the video, extremely strange creatures also appeared, which eventually led to the official government's forced removal. Now it seems that there are indeed monsters following the cold wave to the Mirror Lake forest, and UK has become its prey. He wants to see who is the hunted one. With Leviathan's axe clenched in his right hand, UK looked at the snow monster that was still approaching him, and also chose to move forward. Both sides accelerated, and launched an attack at the moment of contact. The snow monster waved its 4 arms, condensed into 4 ice spikes, and stabbed towards UK's shoulders and chest and abdomen, while the latter was even more direct. After approaching, he swung the axe without saying a word and went straight to the monster's neck. I thought it was a hunting game with ease, but when it came to close combat, the snow monster was surprised to find that the prey was faster. When the axe blade was approaching, the snow monster quickly retracted 2 arms to block it, and then used the other 2 arms to block it. However, in the moment it hesitated, the battle had already been decided. Can you stop it? Seeing the snow monster trying to defend, UK ignored it. His arms were muscular, he cut off its arms, and then chopped into its neck. Although he failed to kill it with one blow, UK had already loosened the axe handle while it was stiff from the blow, stepped forward, and stretched out his hands to the left and right to stretch the snow monster's two intact arms, leaving the door wide open. UK's fists were like cannons, hitting the chest and abdomen fiercely, and the powerful force made the monster tremble continuously. Then he raised his foot and kicked its thin bamboo-like calf. Although this part of the flesh and bones was hard, it could not withstand the burst of force. The snow monster was unable to support its body and knelt on the ground. Struggling to get up, UK's left hand had already grasped its horns, and his right hand grabbed the axe handle to apply force horizontally. Beheaded with one axe, pick up the snow monster's head. No blood flowed from the wound made by the axe blade. UK looked at its appearance and thought about its possible origin. Do the ferocious beasts deep in the Jingu forest look like this? Moreover, given the current harsh environment in Jingu forest, normal wild animals would choose to hibernate temporarily. Running for several hours to the outskirts to eat someone and then running back, what are you trying to do? After thinking about it, UK still felt that this monster was related to the cold wave, and the timing of its appearance was the best evidence. You must know that the cold wave has lasted for several days. It happened that the environment suddenly deteriorated today, and even when the Forestry Protection Bureau specially reminded it, this snow monster suddenly appeared from the wind and snow. Not only breaking into the camp, but also directly attacking UK, this is definitely not what a wild beast would do. After the chaos color incident, UK's mental endurance has been improved. The monster in front of him at least has a human form, but it is just a little ugly. It doesn't matter if it is difficult to identify the identity, it has the characteristics of checking for leaks and filling in the gaps. Careful observation of its head and torso allowed UK to successfully obtain its information. Vindigo, a snow monster that follows the cold wave, has a strong desire for killing and destruction, and has the ability to control wind and snow in a small area. Windigo, UK muttered this somewhat unpronounceable name, and the conjecture in his mind was verified. Noticing Wendiego's characteristics, he immediately called up the professional label system to check the experience gained by Ranger Hunter and Investigator. This was another way for UK to identify the monster's identity. The former's experience has increased, and so has the latter's. This discovery made UK raise his eyebrows. From this point of view, Vindigo is likely to belong to the category of unknown horror monsters. Just like the color of chaos that erupts during the cold wave, it follows the cold wave and is itself affected by it. It's just that this strength is a bit weak. While thinking, UK suddenly felt a warm current emerging from his body, gradually spreading to his limbs. The body temperature seems to have risen a little. UK immediately realized that his newly acquired loot characteristics were taking effect, and Wendigo was obviously a special target. Turn on the characteristics view, and sure enough, new content appears below the characteristics of the loot. Hunting target. Vindigo slightly improves cold resistance. The guy in front of me dared to run around in the snowstorm without wearing anything. His cold resistance must be fully maxed out. Maybe he got lucky by saving the deer herd. UK's luck can only be said to be very good. He was able to trigger the acquisition of some traits that were only possible with a very small probability, which made him very satisfied. No matter how many passive triggered traits come to him, he won't despise them. Putting away the Leviathan axe, UK looked around, trying to find a bag to collect Wendiego's body. The Forest Protection Bureau must be very interested in this thing, and they can use it to redeem rewards. However, when UK took out the bag from the house and returned to the place, he was surprised to find that Wendiego's body began to freeze. This does not mean that it is frozen by the wind and snow, but that its body is being assimilated by the ice and snow. Both its skin and flesh and blood are rapidly losing their original state and turning into a translucent dirty ice mass. Even the outline of that ferocious face became blurred, like a crude ice sculpture. What is the principle of this? UK only felt that all three views had been challenged, but then he thought about the color of chaos, and felt that this kind of monster was born like this. He took out his cell phone and took a few photos. Even though Diego started to transform, UK chose to put it away and then handed it over to the Forestry Protection Bureau for study. After finishing his busy work in the camp, UK still did not choose to rest. The Jinghorn Deer King has not appeared yet, and coupled with the presence of Wendigo, UK is increasingly worried about the former's safety. The information about Vindigo given by checking for omissions and filling in the gaps clearly mentioned that it has a strong desire to kill and destroy. UK would not be so naive as to think that this monster is the only one nearby. Carrying the equipment and the medicines he got from the small garden workstation not long ago, UK left the camp and headed to Jingu Forest. It's almost noon now. The weather has improved, at least it is no longer blind, but the blizzard still seriously blocks the view. The searchlight in front of the car illuminates the road ahead, and snowflakes are blown away by the cold wind. UK sat in the cab, paying attention to the road conditions ahead and checking the map on the screen. Thanks to vehicles such as off-road vehicles, which are specially made models issued by the Forestry Protection Bureau, all configurations can still operate normally even in such a low-temperature environment, and the tires have been replaced by him in advance. Only then can you drive normally on forest roads completely covered with ice and snow. Before we had driven very far, the light suddenly illuminated a deer with frightened antlers staggering forward on the road ahead. A squared. UK quickly stepped on the brakes, opened the door and went to check the situation. The Jinghorn deer apparently also saw UK, struggled to take 2 steps forward, and then tipped forward due to physical reasons. What happened? Holding the deer's neck, UK tried to ask about the situation. However, this frightened deer obviously did not have the wisdom of the Deer King. It just held his clothes in its mouth, trying to lead him in a certain direction. UK quickly understood its meaning. Because in the forest area to the southeast, more and more horned deer appear. Without exception, they were covered in weather and were in extremely poor condition, obviously affected by the extreme cold. What's more important is that UK found injuries on several of the horned deer. The blood was frozen on the fur before it even had time to flow out. The dark red color was particularly eye-catching. The Jinghorn Deer King never appeared in UK's sight. As the king of the herd, there is only one possibility for the Jinghorn Deer King to choose to leave the herd. That is, when the group encounters a threat, it will inevitably step forward and choose to solve the threat alone. The giant python that was hunted back then is the best proof. Without any hesitation, UK returned to the off-road vehicle, took out the Leviathan axe from the trunk, and traced the direction the deer had come from. At the same time in Jingu Forest, the frightening antlered Deer King jumped up in the wind and snow, and the black ball in the center of the horns above its head burst out with purple light. In an instant, a dozen oncoming ice lumps froze in the air, and then bounced back at a faster speed. Standing still on the snow-covered boulder, he adjusted his posture and sprayed a cold mist from his mouth and nose. The frightened Deer King raised his head, his deer pupils under his eyelashes stained with snowflakes full of vigilance. In the wind and snow ahead, dozens of black shadows emerged one after another. The short and stocky Vindigo squatted among the branches, with a dark blue tongue hanging from the skull on his head, licking the ice and snow. The four-armed Vindigo leaned against the tree trunk, his long and narrow knuckles raking through the wind and snow, grasping endlessly. The regular ice was lumpy. Even the bear-shaped Vindigo people stood up and let out a terrifying roar towards the Jinghorn Deer King. Vindigo does not refer to a single individual, but to a group of people. The hunt in the deep woods continues. Diego, who was in the form of a bear, smashed through the wind and snow and was the first to launch a surprise attack. Both claws stepped on the ice and snow, and the turbid yellow beast pupils under the skull mask locked on the Jinghorn Deer King in front of him. The moment he got closer, his hind limbs suddenly exerted force and flew out. The front paws entangled in the wind and snow, condensed into sharp ice crystals, and slapped towards the Jinghorn Deer King's neck, past. Almost at the same time, the Deer King with amazing antlers took off at a faster speed, arriving first, and trampled the bear-shaped Vindigo's head with 4 hooves one after another, causing many cracks in his exposed skull. Jumping into the air, the frightened Deer King swung his antlers and hit the short and sturdy Vindigo who jumped from the branches of the trees. Then he activated his ability. Immediately, the nearby Vindigo rose out of thin air, and his neck was touched by an invisible force. Forced to break. Adjusting his position when he landed, the Jinghorn Deer King looked at the many monsters in front of him that had no intention of retreating, and roared in a low voice. The extreme cold and cooling had severely damaged the deer herd. Although the scary antlered deer was a mutated creature with a much enhanced physique, and the Deer King was leading all young men, the intensity of the snowstorm was beyond expectations. Sudden monster attacks pose a huge threat to the deer herd. As the leader of the group, it could only choose to lead the monsters away from the deer alone, and then let them go to the camp they went to every day recently. It believed that the human would help it protect the deer. In order to ensure that the deer can reach the camp safely, the scary antlered deer king must let these monsters catch up with him. Now that it was surrounded, it had to delay as much time as possible for the tribe. The group of monsters that were hit hard one after another continued to move forward, suppressing the activity space of the Jinghorn Deer King from all directions. Apart from the desire to kill and destroy, these Wendigos who came from nowhere had no emotions at all. They trampled on the gradually frosty corpses of their fellow humans, and dozens of cruel eyes stared at the Jinghorn Deer King. They desperately want to kill this powerful being, bite its body, and devour its soul. The first round of raids failed because there were not enough of them, giving the Jinghorn Deer King a chance to defeat them one by one. But this time, they swarmed in and attacked from all directions, giving the Jinghorn Deer King no chance to escape. They are like hyenas in the wilderness. They first guerrilla and test, and then swarm when they find an opportunity. In just a few seconds, the stunning antlered Deer King was surrounded by Wendigo in various forms, forcing it to forcefully activate its abilities and trigger shock waves all over its body to knock Wendigo back. However, in recent days, he has been leading the group to forage and move in the snowstorm, which consumes the energy of the Jinghorn Deer King all the time. Tonight, in order to save the group, he has been dealing with these monsters for a long time, and his strength has inevitably declined. The shock wave failed to fend off all the Wendigo. Although these monster forms were different, they generally had the ability to control ice and snow in a small area. Surrounded by a tight siege, the fright antlered Deer King initially used its hindhooves, antlers and its own extraordinary abilities to continuously repel Wendigo, causing casualties to them. However, as time goes by, it can obviously feel that its body is getting heavier. Not only because of the physical exertion, but also because the snow on its body became thicker and thicker. The snow that should have been able to be shaken off through movement was seized by Wendigo and used his ability to forcibly freeze it on its back. This is like putting a layer of ice armor on the Jinghorn Deer King out of thin air. It seems to increase the defense power, but in fact it makes it lose its flexibility. After all, the scary antlered deer is not a brutal beast that can be called a killing machine. Once it loses the ability to dodge and move, it will be easy for the monsters to find a breakthrough due to lack of physical strength. As the jumping became more and more difficult, the Jinghorn Deer King gradually fell into a disadvantage. It had to spend more energy to dodge the monsters, claws and ice lumps, and soon became scarred. The abdomen and neck were covered with scratches and blunt injuries from the ice mass, which gradually caused the Jinghorn Deer King to fall into a vicious cycle. It cannot stop, and the constant struggle will make its injuries continue to worsen, and then the Wendigos will seize the opportunity. In fact, some monsters have already paid attention to the legs of the Jinghorn Deer King. Taking advantage of the moment when it kicked another of its kind with its hindhooves, it suddenly lowered its body, opened its bloody mouth, and gnawed at its legs. Eat away. But before it could succeed, a long-handled axe whirled in the wind and snow, and the axe blade cut into the back of the monster's head, causing it to topple to the ground. The hunting was interrupted, and a few monsters immediately separated from the group of monsters and pounced on the guys who came to disturb their hunting. When the scarred Deer King saw the Leviathan axe, his tired spirit was refreshed, and he raised his head to look in the direction in which the axe was flying. Two beams of light pierced the gloomy snow, and a figure flew from the forest and collided with several monsters. It was UK who came to look for the Jinghorn Deer King. The herd of deer appeared on the forest road and the king of deer with amazing antlers disappeared. UK immediately realized that the former must be in trouble. He searched all the way and finally found it by hearing the sound of deer calling with his high senses. Looking at the Jinghorn Deer King who was still fighting Wendigo, UK couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What he fears most is that after finally finding the target, all he sees is a lifeless corpse. Not only could he not save the Jinghorn Deer King, he would also put himself in danger. As long as we catch up, everything will be easy to say. Head first into the approaching Wendigo, UK sideways dodged the claw attack, punched it in the jaw, pulled out the Gurkha knife he carried with him with his left hand, and thrust it into its eye socket with his backhand. Just as he was about to draw the sword, another leopard-like Wendigo bit UK's wrist. He had no choice but to withdraw his hands to avoid it, and as he did so, he heard the sound of clothes tearing and felt a burning pain. He looked sideways and found that it was the four-armed Wendigo who had lurked behind him at some point. This was the first time that UK was surrounded and killed, and in such a harsh environment. He had to deal with attacks from all directions every second. Even if his strength was enough to crush a single Wendigo, his current counterattack methods were somewhat stretched. He had to change the status quo. At least he couldn't get stuck here and let these monsters divide the battlefield. "Dear King, come help me, fight with me." Regardless of the injury on his back, UK bent over and grabbed the front paw of the leopard-shaped Wendigo, and suddenly exerted force to let it hit the four-armed Wendigo behind him with an over-the-shoulder throw, and ran towards the startled horned deer king with a little free time for himself. At the same time, he waved his arms, signaling it to come closer to him. Because UK shared the pressure, the shocked horned deer king also burst out, using his extraordinary power to force a gap, lowered his head and used his horns to pick up the Leviathan axe, throwing it towards UK while running wildly. One man and one deer ran in both directions. The moment they met, UK grabbed the falling Leviathan axe with his right hand, grabbed the drooping horns of the shocked horned deer king with his left hand, turned over and climbed onto its back, noticed the abnormality behind it, and smashed the ice with the axe handle. Wendigo, who had come to his senses, was still gathering here, but UK patted the shocked horned deer king's neck and raised the axe towards the smaller group of monsters. Fighting in a blizzard. The weaknesses of Jinghorn Deer King and UK are extremely obvious. The former's attack methods are limited, and the large amount of physical energy consumed greatly reduces the effect of the extraordinary ability. The latter lacked flexibility, and the snow trapped UK's legs, making him surrounded by monsters and unable to exert his full strength. When UK and the Jinghorn Deer King got together, the situation was completely different. Under the command of UK, the Jinghorn Deer King broke through the snow and went straight to the Wendigo that had tried to surround and kill them before. However, they still had no intention of retreating and actively surrounded them in an attempt to repeat the previous operation. However, the situation on the battlefield has already changed. UK and the Jinghorn Deer King had worked together before when hunting giant pythons, and they had met each other frequently recently, so there was always a tacit understanding. When the two sides met, UK pointed his axe at the fastest leopard-shaped Wendigo. Without any extra instructions, the Jinghorn Deer King immediately activated his ability, lifted it into the air, and then launched a charge. They passed by each other, and all that was left were corpses cut in half by Leviathan's axe. Relying on its extremely strong flexibility, the Jinghorn Deer King suddenly turned around while crossing the leopard-shaped Wendigo. UK wrapped his left hand around its neck, turned his body to one side, and slashed through the half-moon arc with the long-handled axe in his hand. Another monster's head was chopped into pieces. The cooperation of one person and one deer became more and more familiar. To put it bluntly, this is the cooperation between the warhorse and the knight. Taken out individually, the effect that both sides can play in the battle is extremely limited, but if they are gathered together and the horses run, the long-handled axe in the knight's hand will use the momentum of the charge to exert a lethality that is 1+1. So simple. Not to mention that UK and Jinghorn Deer King belong to the luxurious and enhanced version of this combination. In the deep forest and snow, the Jinghorn Deer King gave up the attack and devoted himself to the two tasks of running and controlling. With the help of boulders and trees in the forest, they act as pedals, constantly changing angles to launch a re-entry charge, and at the same time releasing extraordinary abilities in the process, either to block the ice balls thrown by Wendigo or to help UK control the nearby area. Wendigo wants to make a sneak attack. What should I do if I charge against a knight holding a long-handled axe, but I can't move my hands or feet? It's very simple, just close your eyes and start praying to find a good family in your next life. Of course, these monsters in front of them have no chance. The Wendigos were unable to stop the charge of the stunning antlered Deer King, and their bodies were as fragile as paper under the axe blade. This is a massacre. UK had no intention of letting them go. Not only because of their previous attempts to kill him and the Jinghorn Deer King, but more importantly, this kind of monster can provide experience to both forest hunter and investigator professions at the same time. It is also a special monster that can trigger loot trait. Every time a Wendigo was killed, UK felt the changes in himself, coupled with the recovery bonus from the Heart of the Wild. Others would only get more tired in this kind of blizzard, but he fought more and more bravely. In the end, the Jinghorn Deer King was exhausted, so he simply jumped out and went straight to the few remaining Wendigos. He cut off the ferocious head with an axe in front of him, then leaned down and stabbed the monster behind him with the sharp axe handle. He let go and twisted his waist to face the approaching bear-shaped Vindiego, and punched him to fight. The powerful and heavy fist smashed its claws, and ended with a whip kick to break its neck. UK, who was victorious, turned around and sat on the monster's corpse, scraping away the monsters killed by the Jinghorn Deer King. After killing nearly 13 monsters in a row, his blood was boiling all over his body, and he could not feel the Arctic cold temperature surrounding him at all. Yo, yo, the scared antlered Deer King came forward, his majestic figure still standing proudly in the wind and snow. Only when he looked at UK did he lower his head slightly and called out twice, signaling him to get on his back and return together. UK raised his eyebrows and put the Leviathan axe on his shoulder. He was thankful that he didn't hesitate when he saw the deer. Just a few minutes at night, the situation here may be completely reversed. The harvest from this trip is really not small. The characteristics of the trophies are indeed improved, and the attitude of the Jinghorn Deer King has also changed. They were all obtained by UK rushing into the windy and snowy forest single-handedly, a gift from fate to the brave. It was late afternoon when we returned to camp. UK first opened the gate of the camp and let the herd of horned deer inside. Because the old and the weak had occupied all the houses, the young and middle-aged deer had no choice but to rest in the open space in the camp. Compared to the Mirror Lake forest where the wind and snow are raging and surrounded by monsters, this is an excellent refuge for them. UK brought out a few more bags of vegetables and distributed them to these frightened deer so that they could eat enough to avoid physical decline due to excessive physical exertion and the invasion of the wind and cold. There were only 2 days left before the end of the cold wave, and UK didn't care about running out of vegetables in the hunting lodge. Anyway, the horned deer didn't eat meat, dumplings and the like, so he didn't worry about starving himself at all. After settling the horned deer, UK took the Deer King, who would follow the deer to look after the herd even if he was injured, to the bottom of the steel frame of the sentry tower to treat its injury. There was no other way. UK wanted to take the Deer King directly into the sentry tower house. However, unlike those cubs, the Deer King is too big to enter the door and can only be handled outside. Fortunately, I had taken a lot of medicines from the small garden workstation, including sprays and powders for treating wounds. With the Jinghorn Deer King's physique, as long as the wound does not worsen and there is enough food, recovery from the injury is not difficult, it just takes some time. After finishing all this, UK returned to the sentry tower. Several cubs have returned to normal one after another in the warm house. They stayed in the place that UK arranged for them quite obediently. They did not jump around. When they saw UK entering the door, they came up to say hello affectionately. UK also fed them something, and after comforting them, he began to treat his own wounds. After taking off his coat and cold-proof underwear, the muscles of his strong body that had just experienced the war were swollen and slightly red, as if cast from steel. UK took a look at the gash on his back, which was still stained with blood, so he got up and walked to the bathroom mirror to check. There were 3 scars about the length of his index finger. Judging from the color of the wound, there was no collateral damage. Apart from the physical damage, it was just some frostbite. It had no impact on him. He could simply disinfect it and wrap it in gauze after applying ointment. He just had to sleep on his stomach at night. Compared with this trivial injury, UK was more concerned about the updated information on the characteristics of the loot. After calming down, he could clearly feel the changes in himself. Hunting target: Vindigo. Trait: cold resistance, white. Skill: wind and snow control, white. Main attribute: strength increase, blue. Ida Euro S no longer just AA Euro Osmala Euro text description. By killing a large number of Wendigo, UK has made great gains in traits, skills and even main attribute enhancements. Raising his hands and making fists, every muscle seemed to be surging with power. Letting go of his hand, a wisp of frost mist rose up from the palm of his hand, and in the blink of an eye it condensed into an ice crystal the size of a coin. UK grinned, and the injury on his back suddenly became looser, and even the stinging pain from time to time was no longer obvious. The late-stage cold wave outbreak ended 36 hours later. The severe cold of more than 60 degrees below zero has ravaged the Jingu forest to its extreme. Perhaps the last wave of energy was completely exhausted. On the third day after UK rescued the herd of frightened deer, the intensity of the snowstorm decreased significantly and the Jingu forest area gradually recovered. Although it is still hovering around -10 degrees, this is the daily temperature in Jingu forest in winter, and it is back on track. In the early morning, UK woke up in a warm bed. When he opened his eyes, he saw the frightened deer cub standing at the head of the bed, looking at him with a crooked and innocent face. Living in a warm house for the past 2 days, they gradually got used to UK's presence and became more and more intimate. "I'm sending you back to the forest today. Let's have a good meal before leaving." After getting dressed and getting up, UK rubbed the forehead of the young horned deer, unlocked his phone, and asked it to play the morning news broadcast by the Danhang Municipal Disaster Prevention Bureau. This was his main channel for understanding the general situation of the cold wave in the near future. He walked slowly to the window and looked out of the camp through the glass. The sky was finally no longer gloomy and became much clearer. The terrifying blizzard has turned into a common heavy snow in winter. The speed of falling snowflakes has slowed down a lot. The whole forest is covered with snow, and it finally looks like a winter snow scene. Thinking that there would be sunny weather in 2 days, UK felt happy. He turned around and walked into the bathroom, washing up while listening to the morning news. The cold wave will officially end tonight. Starting the day after tomorrow, the Danhang area will usher in a week of sunny weather. In order to thank the citizens for cooperating with the cold prevention work, the city's public transportation will have a 3-day discount period, and major shopping malls will various activities will also be held and everyone is welcome. €1. The psychological pressure caused by the snowstorm for nearly a week on ordinary people can be imagined. If this sentiment is channeled well, it can replenish the economic benefits lost by Danhang City due to the snowstorm, and can also alleviate the general depression of the people and avoid negative impacts. In fact, even the range hunters, including UK, were given 3 days of leave. The Range Bureau deliberately arranged only some light daily tasks, leaving the rest of the time at their own discretion. Last night, UK received a message from the group. Colleagues who were close to each other were going to have an outdoor barbecue. They each brought fresh prey, fruits and vegetables from the forest area, and gathered together to talk about various things that happened during the cold wave. UK had no intention of refusing this kind of emotional connection activity. Being unfamiliar with the world does not mean that UK is a withdrawn person. Perhaps he still has no hope in his heart, but as life continues, he is willing to integrate himself into life instead of deliberately excluding others. He took off the gauze, threw it into the trash can, and turned his back to check the injury. The 3 bloodstains have completely scarred and are no longer painful to the touch. This recovery ability is really impressive. It was a pity that the uniform and cold-proof underwear were seriously damaged, and UK had no intention of repairing them. It happened that the hunting team Ansley gave him the opportunity to choose 2 items from the list, one of which was designated as a combat uniform. According to research from the International Meteorological Center, this cold wave is not a simple weather phenomenon. There are other reasons for its formation. Current observations show that the cold wave has not disappeared, but is just on its way to the next area. UK, who had just washed his face, was not surprised when he heard the news. Instead, he felt that it was expected. There is no other reason. Just yesterday when he reported to the Forestry Protection Bureau that monsters appeared in the snowstorm, the reply given by the Forestry Protection Bureau was to deal with it carefully and avoid conflicts as much as possible. As long as they survive the cold wave, they will disappear. When UK said that he had successfully killed the monster and wanted to hand over the body, the Forest Protection Bureau asked him to handle it on his own. The content of the 2 replies convinced UK that the Forestry Protection Bureau had known about the existence of Wendigo and had obtained corresponding samples, which was enough to prove the mutual relationship between Wendigo and the cold wave. This made UK think, how did Wendigo follow the cold wave? It would be too outrageous to know that the cold wave and snow clouds are flowing in the sky, and Diego Wen is following him running on the ground. Such a large number will definitely be monitored by local governments or other organizations, not to mention that the moving speeds between the two are completely different. How can they achieve seamless coordination? To solve these doubts, it is definitely not possible to rely solely on thinking. UK didn't have this ability for the time being, so he had to hope that the General Administration of Disaster Prevention would find something. After washing up, UK changed into clothes and left the sentry tower with a few cubs. With the end of the blizzard, the herd of terrifying antlered deer will return to Jingu Forest. The Forest Patrol Camp is certainly a good refuge. After all, the deer belong to nature, and there is not so much food for them to consume here. You must know that the entire herd of Jinghorn deer is a mutant creature with a huge need for food. Deliberately enduring hunger during the cold wave does not mean that it can maintain this state forever. If it really eats with an open stomach, the 2 days UK stored it will be enough. Got to bottom out. Open the camp gate. The frightened deer, who had been fed by UK again, gradually walked out of the camp and gathered in the open space outside. The Jinghorn Deer King left last and spent the past few days recovering from his injuries in the camp. With the medicine and food provided by UK, the recovery of the wound is much better than expected, and he should be able to return to his peak condition in about a week. If you have a chance in the future, come to my place as a guest and keep some delicious food. UK didn't care whether the Jinghorn Deer King could understand his words or not, he just kept talking to himself. Yo, yo. After bowing his head and arching UK's face, the Jinghorn Deer King called out twice before leaving the Forest Patrol Camp with his head held high. UK stood at the door, watching them leave. As a result, the deer herd didn't go very far. The Jinghorn Deer King suddenly stopped, looked back at UK, and suddenly let out a long hiss. Then a Jinghorn deer in the herd, which was obviously larger than its kin, broke away from the group and headed towards UK. K is coming this way. After getting closer, UK discovered that it was holding something in its mouth, which was the locator that UK had given to the Jinghorn Deer King before. Reaching out to take the locator, the frightened deer walked around behind UK, tilted his head and rubbed the latter's face to show trust, and at the same time bent his knees to indicate that UK could sit on its back. The meaning of this move is not difficult to understand. The deer group recognized UK's kindness in saving them in the cold wave. However, as the leader of the group, the Jinghorn Deer King could not follow UK. Therefore, the Jinghorn deer left behind was the liaison between UK and the Deer King. Such as this locator. On ordinary days, the deer with stunning horns left behind was UK's mount, which could carry him around the Jingu forest. If UK encounters difficulties and needs help, he can always let him go to Jingu forest to find the Jinghorn Deer King. At that time, the Jinghorn Deer King will temporarily leave the group and come to help him fight against the enemy. In case of danger, fight side by side. This is the promise given by the Jinghorn Deer King to UK. The Forestry Bureau gave the rangers 3 days off. UK, however, was not able to rest. On the one hand, the ranger team wanted him to lead the way to the human-faced owl's nest for on-site inspection. Ansai Lee set the departure time on the second day after the cold wave ended, which showed how much they valued this matter. After all, it involved the experimental subjects in the small garden workstation. I think what happened that day has long been known to the Disaster Prevention Bureau, and the tracking of Pandora is probably also in progress. On the other hand, it was the promotion of the 2-star hunter, which was quite important to UK. The promotion of the Ranger Hunter from 1 star to 2 stars means a comprehensive improvement in welfare, not just a simple increase in monthly salary and social welfare, but also involves the discounts and subsidies he can get from the sale of various materials and equipment through the Forestry Bureau in the future. If UK wants to live a stable life in the Ranger camp, or even further transform the camp, he must have money. Moreover, with his combat strength, it can be foreseen that repairing equipment will become a commonplace in the future. For example, the Leviathan axe needs maintenance after repeated battles. The various arrows that come with the sharp-tooth bow and arrow need to be purchased. When the strength is enhanced in the future, the equipment needs to be replaced. All these things cost money. Therefore, UK got up early again today. Perhaps because the cold wave has just ended, the sky is still a little gloomy, and there are fine snowflakes falling with the wind. Tomorrow is a sunny day. The hunting team agreed to go to the depths of the Mirror Lake Forest in the afternoon. Taking advantage of the free time in the morning, UK plans to complete the daily tasks issued by the Forestry Bureau, that is, to observe several special environments in the forest area. Mirror Lake tributaries, vine jungles, mushroom communities. There is no need to observe the herd of startled deer. UK has been with them for nearly a week and has taken all the photos he wants. The shadow moon leopard is too difficult to find, so you have to try your luck. The Forestry Bureau has no rigid requirements, and UK is too lazy to spend time. There is no need to get up so early just to complete a few environmental observation tasks. In fact, UK also wanted to take this opportunity to get some fish and mushrooms as ingredients for the camping barbecue tomorrow. As mentioned before, the rangers in the nearby forest area organized a camping barbecue, which was a small-scale party to celebrate their successful survival of the cold wave. The time was set for tomorrow, the first sunny day after the cold wave. UK was going to take a car to Danhang City the day after tomorrow to complete the promotion procedure, and he was free tomorrow. He was still very happy to participate in this kind of leisure activity. After a series of fierce battles during the cold wave, it was finally sunny, and it was the most appropriate way to relax. After all, UK himself was not a person who was keen on living alone. He loved freedom, not loneliness. Squeak. The off-road vehicle stopped steadily on the side of the forest road. UK opened the door and got out of the car, patted the trunk, and the frightened deer crawling inside jumped down, shook off the broken snow on its horns, and then took the initiative to bend its forelimbs, waiting for UK to sit on its back before getting up. Let's go. Touching the neck of the frightened deer, UK glanced at the route displayed on his watch and pointed in a direction. Compared to the previous walking trek, UK's speed with the frightened deer as a mount was undoubtedly several levels faster. The young and strong frightened deer sent to him by the Deer King was undoubtedly the most outstanding among the deer. Although it did not have the exaggerated extreme acceleration of the former, it was enough for UK's daily travel. Not only that, UK had already measured the basic data, and when he arrived at the transfer station tomorrow, he would customize a saddle in the shop there. It was convenient for him to ride, protect the frightened deer, and carry more things when he was in the forest. The careful feeding in the past few days allowed the frightened deer to accumulate sufficient physical strength. The snow and obstacles in the forest could not stop its pace at all. UK only needed to indicate a general direction, and the rest was left to it to move forward independently. It would avoid obstacles along the way and protect UK to reach the destination. The tributary of Jinggu Lake, which used to take more than half an hour to reach, now only takes 10 minutes, greatly improving the travel efficiency. Not long after, UK successfully arrived at the river beach on the shore of the tributary of Jinggu Lake. Although the cold wave has ended, the tributary of Jinggu Lake is still frozen. The previous extreme cold temperature drop has caused a thick layer of ice on the surface of the tributary, which is extremely difficult to melt in a short time, and this is what UK expected. Carrying a sharp bow and arrow and the fishing gear that will be used later, UK fed the frightened deer a carrot, then signaled it to move freely next to it, and he stepped on the snow to the center of the river. That's right, in addition to taking water samples to complete the task, he also wanted to go ice fishing this time. Generally speaking, if you want to fish on such a thick ice surface, the first thing to do is to make an ice hole. The patrol camp does not have the professional equipment required to make an ice hole, but this does not bother UK. He first uses his feet to sweep away the snow, then takes off his gloves and puts his right palm on the ice surface. He exhaled lightly, and gathered his 5 fingers into claws and raised them. He activated the ability to control the wind and snow that he had just obtained through the trophy trade not long ago, and easily extracted the frost in the ice under his hand, melting it into water. This is one of the application methods of the wind and snow control ability that UK has recently researched. Although the scope of the white-grade wind and snow control ability is quite limited, it cannot allow UK to realize the ability of those superpowers in film and television dramas to freeze rivers or create ice walls at will, but it is not difficult to mobilize and attach in a small range. It is a supplement to his existing combat system, and the colder the environment, the smoother this ability is to use. At least it was obtained by hunting a dozen Wendigo, so UK was not too disappointed. With this hand, UK easily made a fishing hole on the thick ice. With the bait prepared in advance, he caught several fat fish in a short time, and this was only part of his plan. I chose a fish that didn't look very good and threw it directly to the ice in the distance. The cold wave has just ended, and the Jingu forest is full of hungry beasts and birds, and this fish is the trap set by UK. Things developed just as UK thought. About 10 minutes later, a black figure appeared in the sky, looking like some kind of water bird. When it circled and fell, it was almost 100 meters away. UK picked up the sharp-toothed bow and arrow lying beside him unhurriedly, and blew on the tip of the arrow. Immediately, there was a wind, frost, and cold air lingering on it, and then he bent the bow and set the arrow. The blue quality power increased his strength by nearly 1/3 compared to before. In fact, this is UK's biggest gain, and the effect is far more intuitive than the ability to control wind and snow. Easily draw the sharp-toothed bow, simply aim and then loosen the string. In an instant, the only sound heard was the whistling wind as the arrows shot through the air, and the waterfowl hovering in the sky fell upside down. UK quickly walked over and picked up the prey that fell on the ice. The wing on the left side where the arrow was shot was covered with thin frost, and not even a few drops of blood flowed out. Relying on the high mobility of the frightened deer. In just one morning, UK visited several observation points. He passed by a herd of deer on the way and went over to check the situation. It can only be said that the vitality of Jingu Forest is really exaggerated. Even after nearly a week of blizzards, with the end of the cold wave and the arrival of winter, you can still see dots of green in the forest, some of which look like a sudden burst of vitality after being suppressed. Regardless, the herd's survival is no longer an issue. Returning to the forest patrol camp, UK moved a small horse and sat by the well, washing and processing the extra harvest from this trip. When he checked the vine jungle and mushroom community earlier, UK felt that special plants or something else should be generated in these two special areas. However, he lacked the means to investigate at that time and had to give up. Now that they have the characteristics of checking for leaks and filling gaps, UK can roughly understand their special characteristics by looking carefully. The raging cold wave provided UK with considerable convenience. After all, vines are different from those trees that often take root dozens of meters underground. Their ability to withstand extreme cold and snowstorms is obviously much weaker. When UK arrived in the vine jungle, he found that nearly 80% of the vines were dead, and the forest floor was covered with or frozen to death, or withered vines. This made UK's process of checking the vine jungle extremely smooth, and the remaining vines could not cause any harm to him. It was during this process that he noticed that there were dark green vines in several places on the ground. They did not extend outwards, but formed a sphere in reverse to wrap the ground. Without even thinking about it, he knew that they were protecting something. How could UK miss the opportunity? He immediately chopped up the vines and dug, and soon got the 3 tender green bulbs the size of basketballs, with fine stripes on their surfaces. Holding a short knife, he dipped it in well water and cut the surface of the bulb. UK hummed, "onion," in his mouth, peeled off the bulbs layer by layer, and threw the pieces to the frightened deer next to him, who ate it happily. After peeling off all the outer shell, UK finally saw the light pink core inside. Through repeated observations, the corresponding information emerged in his mind. Flesh-eating vine core. The core of the flesh-eating vine can enhance gastrointestinal digestion after consumption, making it easier to absorb nutrients. Haha, all my efforts were not in vain. UK put the peeled vine core into the basket next to him, squinting and smiling. The effect of this thing is very suitable to his liking. You must know that there are many kinds of spiritual plants in Jingu Forest, such as the Qingling fruit and purple eye fruit brought by the Jinghorn Deer King. If he wants them to work better, the intestines and stomach digestive capacity is essential. Yo, the frightened deer echoed. Although it didn't eat the vine core, the energy contained in these shells was also of great benefit to it. Of these 3 vine cores, UK kept 2 for himself. The remaining one will be taken to the camping site tomorrow and used as food for myself along with the freshly caught fish and waterfowl. Anyway, there are still a lot of them in the vine jungle. If UK wants to eat them, he can just dig them out at any time. In addition, UK also found some mushrooms in the mushroom community, but this time there were no spiritual plants. Instead, he found some mushrooms with high nutritional value by checking for leaks. The main thing is that they are large in quantity and can be roasted when the time comes. It is also very good to eat or make soup. UK carefully cleaned the mushrooms and occasionally fed a few to the frightened deer lying next to him, who also welcomed all the visitors. They will become partners in the future, and this time is the best time to cultivate a tacit understanding. After cleaning up the ingredients, he put the washed and peeled fish and waterfowl into large plastic bags and stuffed them directly into the trunk of the car. UK didn't worry about preservation in this weather. After finishing all this work, it was almost time to make the appointment with the hunting team. UK let the frightened deer play in the woods around the camp while he drove to the meeting point. When we arrived at the place, we discovered that the transportation captain Zhang Renqi was also there. The little garden workstation suffered a lot of damage and casualties due to the previous Pandora incident, and required a large amount of supplies to repair and transport the wounded. Some researchers with mental problems also needed to return to Danhang City for recuperation. They are all treasures of the Disaster Prevention Bureau and must ensure nothing goes wrong. Therefore, this time it was a joint operation between the hunting team and the transportation team, and UK's job was still as a guide. However, what he did during the cold wave has apparently spread within the Disaster Prevention Bureau and Forestry Defense Bureau. When will this video be released? I'm eager to watch it. Chasing a hunter-faced owl in a snowstorm. If it were anyone else, I'd think they were bragging. As soon as they met, Zhang Renqi took the initiative to shake hands and said with a smile. UK is already a minor celebrity because of his videos on the Yuntu website, and this incident in particular has attracted considerable attention. In fact, this was the main reason why Chief Zhang from the Forestry Protection Bureau specifically told him to go back to Danhang City. Everyone within the Forest Protection Bureau wants to see what the newly appointed forest ranger is capable of. He has only been in office for more than a month and can exert such influence. It's only for these 2 days. Remember to give me a like when the time comes. UK didn't try to hide it. His abilities were real, and it was impossible for others to see the professional label system. The shooting of the hunting video itself did not involve any illegal behavior, and it was approved by the Forestry Protection Bureau, so there was no need to hide his head or tail. As for why it was only recently edited, Euros because video editing took UK a lot of time. Since the human-faced owl was involved in a special event in the Little Garden workstation, the second half was definitely impossible to appear, so UK wanted to edit the subsequent battle between him and Wen Diego into it. Considering that the official government had forced the removal of videos in this area, UK had to say hello to the Forestry Protection Bureau after making the video. Euros nice to have a big tree at your back to enjoy the shade. As long as the Forest Protection Bureau passes the test, he doesn't have to worry about anything when posting videos. Speaking of this, the first video income will come soon. Because UK does not insert any advertisements in the video and has no interest in bringing goods, the amount is not large and it is basically the reward income. UK didn't care about this. He had no intention of making money from videos. What really mattered was the experience value of the teacher profession. As long as you are strong enough, money will never be an issue. Jingu Forest is a huge treasure to him, and his strength is the key to unlocking the treasure. How many treasures he can get depends on the quality of his key. The two chatted for a while, and Axelius, who had finished arranging work not far away, quickly came over. He was still fully armed, but without a helmet. His long blonde hair was tied into a high ponytail, his nose was high, and he pursed his lips slightly. Her lips were light in color, with an exotic and delicate appearance, and her blue eyes stared at UK with a strange expression. The hunting team had been tracking the monster for almost half a month, but was actually killed by a forest hunter in a snowstorm. Although it is a good thing, it also makes professionals like them feel somewhat embarrassed. Huge body with thick fur. Unsurprisingly, the mutated yak once again became the team's means of transportation. It's still the original transportation route, but this time the number of people in the team and the resources they carry have nearly doubled, in order to protect the materials and pick up and drop off researchers at the workstation. UK, Zhang Renqi, and Anseli rode a yak together. The cow's back is large enough, and with the special saddle, it's not crowded for 3 people. Although the 3 of them have met each other before, they are not familiar with each other, so the topic still revolves around work. The transport team is carrying a large amount of supplies this time. Once they arrive at the little garden workstation, the loading and unloading time of the supplies will be extended, about an hour and a half. During this time, you can go and inspect the human-faced owl nest. As the transportation captain, Zhang Renqi first explained the current situation, then looked at Anseli and emphasized. Because we have to transport many wounded people and researchers back to Danhang City during this trip, we must avoid night operations. The patrol team must pay attention to time control in their actions. Rescue work is the key to this trip. Compared with a human-faced owl, the safety of personnel at the small garden workstation is what the Disaster Prevention Bureau values a euro most. The human-faced owl's nest is about 15 minutes away from the small garden, so there is plenty of time. UK leaned on the back of the saddle, stuffed a few shrimp crackers into his mouth, and roughly estimated the time. Excluding the time spent traveling, 1 hour of investigation time was enough. No problem on my end, but before setting off to the human-faced owl's nest, I hope to enter the workstation and check its body. Anseli also knew the focus of this operation and asked about the condition of the human-faced owl corpse. As far as I know, the human-faced owl corpse died again after resurrecting, and the corpse underwent abnormal changes. Considering that Pandora is still missing, confirming the condition of the corpse it once occupied will be very important for our next phase of operations. Important. Because UK himself was a participant in the Little Garden incident, Anseli did not avoid him when he spoke, but the content of his words still made the former raise his eyebrows. The corpse that came back from the dead mutated again. You can't do sit-ups like this, right? He was present when Pandora escaped into the depths of the Mirror Lake forest. He knew very well that this indescribable and terrifying monster would definitely bring disaster. It was only natural that the Disaster Prevention Bureau wanted to imprison Pandora again before the situation worsened. It's just that it's not that easy to do. Zhang Renqi was non-committal about Anseli's request. He was just the transportation captain, and the human-faced owl carcass was currently being stored in the workstation as a research sample. If he wanted to view it, he had to obtain the permission of the station master first. Maybe I can help. I killed the human-faced owl. I think I'm still qualified to take a look. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit stiff, UK took the initiative to speak. Whether it was a living human-faced owl or a resurrected one, it was all handled by UK himself. Strictly speaking, its body should be UK's trophy. However, because Pandora was involved, he chose to dispose of the body. Stay at the small garden workstation. Now that he knew that the corpse had mutated again, he also wanted to know what happened. In exchange, UK also wanted to ask Axelius for something. You promised me before that I could choose 2 items from the list. I have already chosen them, and one of them is this. UK took out his mobile phone and opened the list he had downloaded in advance, pointed at the items on it, and turned to Axelius. The Abyssal Whale series combat suit is specialized in defense and jungle environment adaptability. No problem. When you return to Danhang City for promotion evaluation, send me your body data. What else? Since it was something he had promised, Anseli would not go back on his word. He glanced at UK's request for combat uniforms and nodded decisively in agreement. With her authority, there would be no problem in ordering a combat uniform from the Logistics Department of the Forestry Defense Bureau. The combat uniform was within the scope of the agreement between the two, but the other one was what UK really wanted. I want to order a set of bows and arrows, but they're not on the list. I wonder if you can help. Before the cold wave came, UK's choice of long-range weapons was still torn between bows and arrows and heavy sniper rifles. However, with the various abilities brought by the professional label system, the adaptability of bows and arrows to UK has far exceeded that of sniper rifles. In other words, he believes that the proficiency of bows and arrows and his own bonus to them have surpassed that of sniper rifles. To take the simplest example, UK has been able to control the ability of wind and snow on arrows through practice. The bird with frozen wings is the best evidence. The same method cannot deflect the hot bullet when it comes out of the barrel. Effective. In the foreseeable future, UK will master more and more of these abilities, and it will be difficult for a sniper rifle to meet his changing needs. Moreover, with the technology of this era, specially customized bows and arrows are no less powerful than sniper rifles. Custom made. I need to know your requirements for the bow and arrow. Anseli was a little surprised and did not agree hastily. Instead, he decided to listen to UK's thoughts first. UK had already planned various requirements for bows and arrows, and spoke out his requirements without hesitation, including the strength of the bow, replaceable arrows with various attributes, and matching special technological gloves and glasses. In fact, it is based on the description of the bow and arrow in the hand of one of the protagonists in a certain superhero movie in the previous life. UK had made this request before when he was at the transfer station, but at that time he simply did not have the money to order such a high-end suit, nor did he have sufficient authority. But now the situation has changed. Well, your idea is very good, but it's a bit too demanding. If you fully comply with your needs, the resources required may be beyond my authority. The hunting team members can indeed ask the logistics department to customize equipment, but this is not unlimited. It is impossible for them to make it at all costs, otherwise no matter how many resources they have, they will not be enough. I know, I'm willing to use the reward given to me by the General Administration of Disaster Prevention in exchange. UK knew very well that his request was indeed a bit excessive, so he had already thought of countermeasures. He saved the little garden workstation, and no one can erase this contribution. The General Administration of Disaster Prevention specially notified the Forestry Protection Bureau for this purpose, asking UK to go to the General Administration in person to receive the reward after returning to Dan Hang City. You don't need to think about it to know that the value of this reward will not be low, otherwise it would be an insult to UK and the people in the Shaoyuan workstation. Personnel. Are you sure you want to exchange this for this? After listening to UK's request, Anseli had not yet spoken. Zhang Renqi, who was next to him, couldn't hold it in any longer. Among the 3 people present, he was the only one working within the General Administration of Disaster Prevention. He had also heard about the reward and couldn't help but say. According to past rules, your reward is likely to be a house in a prime location in Danhang City or the opportunity for your family and relatives to work at the General Administration of Disaster Prevention. Are you sure you want to exchange it for a custom-made bow and arrow? I am sure. UK ate biscuits with a calm tone. Whether it's housing or job opportunities, there are no real rewards for him who is alone in this world. A set of high-tech bows and arrows that suit his own fighting habits is what he urgently needs now. The Forestry Prevention Bureau is a department under the Disaster Prevention Bureau. If the rewards can be converted, UK's bow and arrows can be considered to have been secured. After thinking for a moment, Anseli agreed to help UK inquire. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the transportation team successfully arrived at the Shaoyuan workstation. During the handover of materials, UK made a request to Captain Zhao to check the body of the human-faced owl, and the latter agreed to the matter after briefly asking Captain He. As someone who has hunted man-masked owls twice, UK would have no problem checking out his prey. Anseli asked the members of the hunting team to stay outside and continue to protect the material transportation team. He followed UK and Captain Zhao into the laboratory, and soon met Hezili, who was still clinging to the workstation. After greeting each other, Hezili, who knew UK and Anseli's intentions, motioned to his assistant to open the experimental cabin next to them. Perhaps because of previous accidents, the experimental cabin this time was obviously reinforced and equipped with many smart devices. But what really caught UK's attention was the mutated corpse of the human-faced owl. It bloomed. It's neither a metaphor nor a figure of speech. The carcass of the human-faced owl is in bloom. From its head, wings to its huge body, every inch of flesh and blood bloomed with gorgeous flowers that UK had never seen before. They crowd each other, their petals are stacked on top of each other, and their stems are entangled with each other, as if they are competing for the few nutrients left in their flesh and blood. The human-faced owl's claws and fangs are obscured. But even so, UK still felt chilled when he saw the scene in front of him. The human-faced owl was infected by Pandora when it was resurrecting from the dead. We wanted to dissect its corpse to analyze how Pandora transformed living bodies and brought them back to life. However, as time goes by, the changes in the body were unexpected. Looking at the body of the human-faced owl in the experimental cabin, Hezili was equally confused. Pandora's escape doesn't mean the little garden workstation will stop. In fact, its ability to resurrect corpses for the purpose of escape attracted wider attention. After the video of the scene was sent to the Disaster Prevention Bureau, it received special attention from senior officials and required the small garden workstation to continue in-depth research. There is no doubt that Pandora can resurrect the dead. Even if the people who are resurrected are irrational and close to zombie-like existence, this is still the ability to make the dead move. If this weird ability can be stripped and purified, maybe medical science can be realized. A breakthrough across the ages. Not to mention the Disaster Prevention Bureau. Why do those wealthy people invest tens or even hundreds of millions every year in researching ways to live longer? If they knew about Pandora's abilities, they would probably have to invite the poacher organization to the depths of the Mirror Lake forest at all costs. This is one of the main reasons why the Disaster Prevention Bureau blocked the news. What are these flowers? When Anseli looked at the picture of a human-faced owl sleeping among flowers in front of him, he felt weird and couldn't help but ask. Currently we have not found a matching flower species. It is likely to be a mutated species. We now have two research directions. One is that Pandora brings the seeds of these flowers into the body of the human-faced owl, and the other is that the flesh and blood of the owl was transformed into flowers. Perhaps the human-faced owl ate the seeds of these flowers during its lifetime and was ripened by Pandora after death, which led to such a scene. Impossible. You will know the reason just by looking here. He easily denied Anseli's guess and opened the experimental cabin next to it. Placed inside were several human corpses infected by Pandora, all of them covered in bright purple and red. The extremely strange sight made the two people who came to check the body fall into silence. UK gained a new understanding of the horror of Pandora. Since the laboratory still had research tasks, the two did not stay too long. Leave the workstation and return to the surface. Anseli began to gather team members and headed to the human-faced owl's nest, trying to figure out why the human-faced owl was infected. The yaks needed to load supplies and wounded people, and this time they had no choice but to walk. Fortunately, the human-faced owl's nest was not too far from the workstation, and UK's watch still recorded the original route. There was no such thing as getting lost, but the conditions along the way were a bit harsh. Not long after the cold wave ended, there were many hungry beasts in the depths of Jingu Forest. They wandered into the deep forest with eyes full of ferocity, searching for meat that could fill their howling stomachs. The wild boar like a mountain of meat rushed through the ferns, crushed the ice and snow on the ground, and charged. Its two tusks were covered with dark brown mottled blood. Apparently many creatures had fallen to the charge of this tank vehicle, down. Unfortunately, I found the wrong opponent this time. UK, who was walking at the front of the team, did not dodge or dodge. He raised his bow and fired 3 consecutive shots. 3 arrows sank into the wild boar's head in a square shape, 2 blinded its eyes, and the special blasting arrow in the middle penetrated its head. With a dull explosion, red and white brains splashed all over the ground. Let's go, it's just ahead. It's best to avoid this place when you return to the workstation later to avoid bumping into other predators. This kind of giant wild boar is the most common mutated creature in the depths of Jingu Forest. It can't even reach the special individuals required by the characteristics of the loot. UK is too lazy to search for it. He marks the location on his watch and signals to others. Keep up. The members of the hunting team did not react much to such low-level monsters. Only Anseli glanced at the arrow that had been engulfed in the wild boar's head when passing by it, leaving only a small part of the arrow outside. His eyes focused and he left as if nothing had happened. 10 minutes later, everyone arrived at the human-faced owl's nest. Pandora had been in a state of detention before escaping from the workstation, and the human corpses that appeared outside the little garden workstation have been identified after identification as those who have disappeared recently from agricultural products outside Danhang City. Anseli handed the tools needed for climbing trees to UK. Seeing that the latter waved his hands to indicate that he didn't need them, he turned around and put them on himself. This means that the human-faced owl has actually been infected by Pandora for a long time, and some preparations are being made to rescue it, but at that time it did not undergo horrific mutations like it did after death. How does Pandora communicate with the human-faced owl? After listening to Anseli's analysis, UK frowned and asked. The two are separated by the experimental cabin and the workstation is still so far away. The human-faced owl and Pandora don't look like they can wear Bluetooth headsets. Why do they work so well together? This is why we are here today. I tend to think that Pandora can communicate with any infected creature. No, it should be said to be control. Its orders completely override the will of the controlled person. We must understand Pandora. How did La infect the human-faced owl? The hunting team has actually been tasked with tracking down Pandora. In Anseli's eyes, the human-faced owl's nest is the breakthrough point. Chapter 51. There was no blizzard to block the view. Climbing trees was not difficult for UK. First, he climbed up to the height that could reach the branches with the help of his short knife. With the density of trees in the deep forest of Jingbu Lake, there were many places to leverage. The patrol team members next to him were still using professional props to climb trees. UK had already easily climbed to a high place. The captain of the patrol team, Anseli, was also very fast. She chose the same method of climbing as UK, using the branches that grew horizontally. It was at this time that UK noticed that Anseli should also be a transcendent. Unlike himself, who relied on high perception and strong physical fitness, Anseli's long legs seemed to have built-in springs. A simple knee bend could make her soar into the air, easily jumping to a height of 3 to 5 meters. You have to know that this was a jump from a tree branch, and it was more than 50 meters in the air. It would be amazing for a normal person not to have weak legs. If you want to be the captain of the patrol team, you have to have some skills. Noticing UK's sight, Anseli stood between the branches and turned to say. The two of them took turns ascending and soon arrived outside the nest of the human-faced owl, and saw the hanging nest that was still covered with snow. These criss-crossed vines are where the human-faced owl stores its prey. Look at those drooping vines, with shoes and rags hanging at the end. The samples I collected earlier were cut from above. The hugeness of the tree made the branches strong enough. UK walked on it, first pointed out the hanging nest, then turned to the tree hole next to it, and added. The human-faced owl was hiding in the tree hole over there. The tree hole has a certain height and it is very dark inside. Be careful when you climb in. UK came here to lead the way this time, and he didn't plan to drill another hole. You know, the tree hole is full of food residues left by various human-faced owls, and the smell is really bad. After pointing out the direction to the patrol team, UK walked to the side on his own, leaning against the tree trunk, leaving space for the patrol team to move. He took out the thermos bottle of tea from his backpack. After walking in the forest for so long, he felt thirsty. He blew away the foam and took a sip, then looked up at the sky. Standing at this height of 100 meters, there were not too many branches to interfere with his vision, and the sky seemed to have become much wider. The dark clouds left by the cold wave had dissipated unconsciously, and the gray sky was gradually turning into dark blue, with occasional birds flying by. It was a pity that the sun was still hiding behind the clouds, as if it was painted with a layer of grayish-white paint. Maybe there would be a sunset in the evening. Taking advantage of this opportunity, UK observed how this elite team of the Forestry Defense Bureau performed its tasks. The patrol troops under the Forestry Defense Bureau have always been the best treated group of people, and they also performed the most dangerous tasks. Apart from anything else, at least they have a good reputation in Danhang City. It is the dream of many young soldiers to join this team and become heroes who protect Danhang City. Facts have proved that the personal qualities of the patrol team members are indeed excellent. They climbed the 100-meter high trees as soon as they were told to, without even a single unnecessary complaint. They are proficient in the use of professional equipment, and the series of actions after arriving near the hanging nest are quite methodical. Move the position of the safety rope, test the strength of the hanging nest, and then split into two groups to cut it open. One group is responsible for collecting vine samples on the hanging nest, taking photos, and recording details, especially those abnormal vines in dark purple. There are also special people who take the raw meat prepared in advance for testing. The other group followed Anseli to the tree hole. As the captain, Anseli personally entered the tree hole to check the situation. Combat ability is certainly an important condition for joining the patrol team, but the manifestation of personal ability is obviously not just combat ability. UK, who has nothing to do, is also quite interesting to watch the work of the patrol team members. The action time given by Zhang Renqi is limited, and the patrol team can only speed up the action. After a while, Anseli came out of the tree hole, handed over the collected samples to the team members, and ran straight to UK. After approaching, he took off his helmet and looked solemn. Any unexpected discoveries? Taking a sip of the hot tea in the thermos, UK closed the lid and asked. I think I already know how the human-faced owl was infected by Pandora. Ansley took off his rubber gloves and turned his eyes to the short knife stuck in the tree trunk beside UK, or more precisely, the chocolate sandwich biscuit box on the blade, and pursed his lips. Is this guy here for a picnic? Want a piece? No, I can't eat anything after seeing what's in the tree hole. What is the infection route you just mentioned? Turn the topic back on track, UK asked in a deep voice. Through the prey residue in the tree hole and the samples you collected last time, we can know that the food eaten by the human-faced owl has actually been infected. It is because of eating this kind of food that it has been invaded by Pandora. Recalling what he had just seen, Ansley had a guess in his mind and said, however, a considerable part of the prey here are farm workers. It is impossible for them to come into contact with Pandora. I think the problem lies in the hanging nest. First, the vines that arrange the nest have been infected by Pandora. They come into contact with the prey of the human-faced owl and then contaminate the meat, which eventually leads to the infection of the human-faced owl. Where did these vines get infected with Pandora? UK asked, and then he and Ansley seemed to have thought of something, and they looked at the main stems of the vines connecting the left and right sides of the hanging nest, and then followed them all the way to the jungle floor. You must know that this is 100 meters high in the air. The vines that appear here usually climb up around the tree trunks, with their roots still underground. Researchers at the Little Garden Workstation discovered Pandora in a nearby stream. Alansari suddenly mentioned the location where Pandora was found. UK was stunned for half a second, then without saying a word, he put away his dagger and biscuit box and jumped down, quickly returning to the jungle floor. The figure jumped between the gaps in the branches. On the way down, UK kept observing the direction of the main stem of the vines wrapped around the tree trunk, recalling Ansley's discovery in his mind. If the vines in the hanging nest are the main reason why the human-faced owl is infected with Pandora, then there are ways for vines that won't move to become infected. There is no saying that this kind of plant can move its nest, so there is only one possibility left. There is already a problem with the water and soil in this forest area. It's easy to test this guess. After falling back to the ground, UK drew out his short knife again and cut off the main stems of two ferns at a nearby location, locking his sight on the cross-section. When he saw the dark purple stem core inside the dark green skin, even UK couldn't help but fall silent. The answer is already in front of us. Pandora infected all the plants in the forest area by contaminating the water source. It's just that it hasn't been that long, so their mutations don't have obvious features. Instead, the carnivorous human-faced owl mutated first because it was needed by Pandora. Deep forest floor. The already gloomy sky and the obstruction of the high tree canopy made the forest look even more gloomy. The hunting team returned to the surface one after another after completing the investigation of the human-faced owl nest. Before landing, the team members heard rhythmic sounds echoing in the forest. Duh, this is the sound an axe makes when cutting wood. Ansley, who was the first to land, saw UK swinging an axe and striking the exposed tree roots on the ground. There are other plants scattered around nearby. Ansley, who had just raised the question, quickly realized the reason for UK's actions and began to examine the cut plants nearby. As expected, as long as the plants in this forest area have abnormal colors inside, there are no exceptions. Dark purple, navy blue and even rainbow colors presented by chemicals. Your guess is correct. Pandora infected the entire forest area by contaminating the water source. UK put away the Leviathan axe, turned to look at Ansley, shrugged his shoulders and said, if one or two plants can be explained as coincidences, then if there are problems within such a large range of plants, it must be because the soil and water in this area have changed under the influence of Pandora. The current situation is undoubtedly beyond their control. There were no biological environment experts present, so no one could explain the situation. They could only keep recording scenes from the scene and collect as many samples as possible. Not only plant samples, Ansley also specifically instructed the team members to catch a few insects living in this forest area. UK took advantage of his free time to walk around. When he came back, he already had 2 snakes in his hand. He showed the wound to Anseli. They did not come back from the dead. The blood flowing from the wounds was also bright red, and the degree of infection was not high. UK, who had the ability to detect leaks and fill in gaps, inspected the snake carcasses and knew that they were infected. It's just that although these ordinary creatures are infected, they are not as serious as the human-faced owl. What needs to be determined now is how large the infected forest area is, what level of infection it has reached, and how many there are. The words stopped abruptly, and Anseli looked a little ugly. Her idea is correct, and the current situation does require further verification. However, this is deep in the Jingu forest. They have to be careful when going deep here. How easy is it to organize a large-scale investigation? The top priority is to convey the situation here immediately. After sorting out the various samples collected, the team returned to the small garden workstation. Anseli found Station Master He immediately and informed him of their findings. Station Master He, who learned the shocking news, also fell into a long silence. After a while, he said, "We should still have time. Pandora has only entered its mature stage in 2 or 3 days. It is not easy to completely affect the ecosystem. As long as we can find it and suppress it before it causes catastrophic consequences, maybe there is still room for redemption. Pandora's abilities are limited, at least for now. Otherwise, it wouldn't have had to try every possible means to escape, it would have just forcibly killed everyone on the workstation. The transformation of the ecosystem is also not something that can be completed in just a few days. The cycle required is extremely complicated. Even Pandora needs some external means. Control or eliminate Pandora as quickly as possible, and there will be room for redemption." Half an hour later, the handover of all materials was completed. The injured at the workstation and several researchers with mental problems were put on the yak, and the team prepared to return. Station Master He decided to lead the team to stay here and continue to study how the flowers on the body of the human-faced owl were produced and what special effects they had. The atmosphere on the ride back from the workstation was dull. The investigation went smoothly. The weather did not deteriorate, the road was smooth, no dangerous beasts were encountered, and there were quite a few discoveries. The problem is that this discovery is too shocking. Zhang Renqi leaned on the saddle on the yak's back and kept drinking water. His eyes shifted to Anseli and UK. "Are you sure you're not playing a prank? This is really not a joke." "Well, it's actually just a joke. Pandora didn't pollute that forest area at all. I lied to you." UK raised his eyebrows and responded expressionlessly. "The situation may be more serious than we imagined. Finding Pandora is no longer just a task, but something we must do as soon as possible. It can do this to this extent before it is out of trouble. Once it is released, when fully developed, the damage to Jingu Forest will be unimaginable. The animals and plants living there will undergo uncontrolled large-scale mutations." With her thin golden eyebrows knitted together, Anseli looked particularly solemn. Seeing with her own eyes the dark purple color in the stems of those ferns and the roots of the trees, she knew very well how much the situation in the forest area had deteriorated. Now only the human-faced owl and the missing people are coming back from the dead. Killing them is as simple as an elite team armed with searchlights that project bright light. However, when Pandora is completely integrated into the forest and its infectivity radiates like a virus, this place will become a restricted area for life. Return to the Forest Protection Bureau. I will report the situation here, find and suppress Pandora as quickly as possible, no matter the cost. Axelius made the final decision, and the other two had no objections to it. Zhang Renqi is the transportation captain. The mission of hunting Pandora in Jingu Forest has nothing to do with him. UK has long decided to go into the depths of Jingu Forest after getting the new bow and arrow, and look for Pandora along the way. Not that he cares much about the changes in Jingu Forest. As long as it was related to forest rangers and hunters, UK was interested in getting involved for the sake of experience points. What's more, Pandora involves his newly obtained investigator a profession. If he wants to upgrade, he has to rely on investigating Pandora. According to past experience, as long as you perform work that is consistent with your occupation, your experience points will increase regardless of the results. The only difference is the efficiency of the increase. He was counting on this opportunity to gain experience for a investigator. At 5 o'clock in the evening, the transport team returned to the outskirts of Jingu Forest. Zhang Renqi, who had just received important information, immediately led the team to leave. Anseli also began to report to the senior management of the Forestry Defense Bureau, but before leaving, he still found UK. Add your contact information and send me the data after you return to Danhang City to complete the promotion process. It is very important that you take us to the human-faced owl nest this time. I will complete what I promised you as soon as possible. Whether it is a combat uniform or the customization of a new bow and arrow set, UK's personal data is required, otherwise the things made will not be suitable for him and the effect will be greatly reduced. UK knew this very well and was not in a hurry. He still understood the principle of sharpening the knife and chopping wood. UK, who left the team, returned to the forest patrol camp alone. Northeast corner of Mirror Lake Forest. UK was driving an off-road vehicle and just stopped on the side of the road. There were already several off-road vehicles of the same model next to him. He took out his own ingredients from the trunk and looked up at the blue sky. The first sunny day since the cold wave. The temperature has risen to 2 or 3 degrees below zero, and the bright golden sunshine shines all over the forest. Yesterday's unexpected discovery deep in the Jingu forest did not affect UK's mood. After bypassing the off-road vehicle, someone had put up a wooden sign in front to indicate the direction in advance, and even the snow had been cleared to both sides. Hey, UK! Before UK could take a few steps, someone's voice came from behind. He turned around hurriedly and saw a tall, middle-aged man with a distinctive mustache on his chin. Hearing that the voice sounded familiar, UK asked tentatively. Jolin. During the cold wave, the forest hunters often formed teams to play games in their free time. Jolin and UK were there most of the time. Although they had never met each other, their voices were still very familiar. What's more important is that the ham he is carrying on his shoulders is covered with a layer of gray mold. Before coming, they discussed in the group what they would bring. Haha, it's you after all, let's go in together. Jolin carried the ham and came forward with a smile. The two walked along the forest path and talked about the camping ground. The camping of rangers and hunters is actually not authentic. They have no intention of actually setting up temporary tents on the snow. The forest land in front was originally a lumber camp. There was a wooden house where lumberjacks lived. It was abandoned due to the changes in Jingu Forest. Later, after our transformation, it became a regular gathering place for rangers and hunters. Various gatherings were stored inside. All utensils and facilities are available, and there is a large open space in front of the house for setting up campfires, barbecue grills, etc. Quote, Jolin has been working as a forest patrol hunter for 3 years. He is a veritable old hunter and knows the situation here clearly. He added, in the past, we would come here every once in a while to relax, exchange information about what happened in our respective forest areas, and catch up with each other. Some of us also brought our families here. We used this place as a place for family gatherings, and the effect was very good. The working environment of rangers and hunters is destined to be alone most of the time. However, humans are social animals after all. Living alone for a long time without seeing others of the same kind will cause various problems. After all, there are only a few people like UK who are alone. Many forest rangers and hunters have families, so regular gatherings like this are particularly special, important. In fact, the renovation of this abandoned wooden house was approved by the Forestry Protection Bureau, and the latter even allocated a sum of money for special support. As he spoke, UK could already see the wooden house in the open space in front of him. 3 children in their early 10 years were playing and laughing while holding small wooden sticks they found somewhere. This era is different from UK's previous life. Most people may never have the chance to leave the city. Being able to come to Jingu Forest to play is a dream for them, and they can show off in class, which is enough to make them proud of their father. After walking around a few trees, the scene in front of the house was revealed to them. The bonfire has been set up in advance, and stones have been piled around it. 2 men are working together to move the barbecue grill to the well and clean it. Next to it, there is a woman sweeping the snow at the door of the wooden house. Lao Wu, Lao Cheng, look who I brought here, our big internet celebrity. Jolin put his arm around UK's shoulders and greeted him loudly. UK came here as a newcomer and received a warm welcome. There was no way, his recent videos were really famous, and everyone wanted to get to know him. He quickly greeted everyone and joined in the preparations for the party. There were many people participating in this gathering. In addition to the 8 forest rangers including UK, 3 others brought their wives and children, a total of 15 people. The men were responsible for manual labor, while the women helped with cleaning and cleaning. Clean up ingredients. Children are responsible for playing. UK handed the ingredients he brought to the woman and followed Jolin to cook and wash the ham. Placing the ham on the stone beside the well, UK took the spray gun from Jolin and volunteered to try it. Use a spray gun to treat the surface first, and you just have to worry about cooking. When it's almost done, I'll stop and then deal with the meat on the front. Seeing that UK seemed to be very interested in handling ham, Jolin didn't stop him and stood aside and said. Although it was his first time to do this kind of work, UK was very efficient in his work. He finished cooking and washing the whole ham in a short time. During this period, some people came to join in the fun, saying that Jolin had hidden the ham for so long and finally finished it. I am willing to take it out for everyone to enjoy. When the sun rises high, the preliminary preparations are officially completed. A soup pot was set up on the bonfire to stew ham and mushroom soup. A few charcoal fires were placed on the grill, and various pieces of meat were placed on top. There were experts in this field who were responsible for watching over and making them according to everyone's taste. The stoves in the wooden house are also turned on simultaneously, and the aroma that comes out along with the sound of cooking is endless. When UK and others were free, they moved their chairs and sat around the bonfire. Each person held an iron pick with a large piece of marinated meat in his hand, and the plastic bucket next to him was filled with various flavors of alcoholic beverages. The children who were wandering nearby also gathered around to warm themselves up by the fire, and played with the fire enthusiastically. We will eat in the cabin later, now we are just passing the time. Everyone's conversation still focused on the cold wave that had just passed, and UK unsurprisingly became the center of the discussion. It is really an exaggeration to chase a hunter-faced owl through a blizzard and finally succeed. Since matters related to Pandora are still in the confidential stage, UK didn't say much. He only mentioned a few words about the fierce appearance of the human-faced owl and then deliberately changed the subject. Don't tell me, during the 2 days when the cold wave was at its worst, there was an accident in the forest area that I was responsible for. Tang Bin, who was sitting on UK's left, cut half a piece of cooked meat with a knife and stuffed it into his mouth. He thought about it and said, "Didn't UK remind us in the group that there was a snow monster wandering around in the snowstorm?" I was shocked at that time, so I stayed by the window and used night vision goggles to observe the forest area around the camp. In the second half of the night, I seemed to see a forest spirit. Forest, isn't it everywhere around? UK was a little confused and looked at Jolin beside him. You misunderstood. What old Tang was talking about was the forest spirit, the spirit of the soul. The source is a mysterious legend in the Jingu forest area. Noticing UK's gaze, Jolin realized that he had just become a forest hunter and took the initiative to explain. It is said that every time there is a major disaster, a forest spirit will appear in Jingu forest to protect the world and fight against disasters. In ancient times, people even built a temple for it, somewhere deep in the forest. Place, A. Since the advent of the Great Cataclysm era, the frequent occurrence of supernatural phenomena inevitably makes ordinary people more interested in legends of gods and ghosts. In other words, it is normal for ordinary people to place their hope in the protection of gods when they are unable to resist. The mushrooming of various folk religious groups is the best proof of this. Faced with this situation, the official government can only establish corresponding rules and regulations and guide people's emotions at the same time. It's just that the legends about forest spirits may be older when traced back, and they belong to the category that has existed since ancient times. Seeing that everyone's curiosity was aroused, Tang Bin did not hold back and told everything he had discovered. About 2 o'clock in the morning, I suddenly found a snow monster looming in the jungle. You know the situation at that time. It was impossible to go out. It was 60 degrees below zero. What I wanted to do was to set up the gun and wait for the rabbit. I didn't think about that area. Suddenly there was a burst of light green light, and after that the monster disappeared. That's it. After listening to Tang Bin's description, UK couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and took a sip of beer. Several people around him had the same idea as him, and they all exclaimed, "Hey," and other exclamations in unison. You were not at the scene, so you can't understand how I felt at that time. Although I couldn't take a photo, the light green light must have appeared. I think it must have been the forest spirit that appeared and destroyed the snow monster. Tang Bin was a little dissatisfied with the reaction of his colleagues. He kept mumbling that he was right and that the hunter's feeling was correct, which caused a series of laughter. The topic of forest spirits came to an abrupt end, and UK could feel that most of the rangers didn't believe it. Because if forest spirits exist, why does Jingu Forest become like this? Not to mention the emergence of an unknown terror like Pandora. Others may not be aware of it, but UK knows that if it is allowed to rage, Jingu Forest will be forced to contract the virus. Of course, now is not the time to talk about this, as information about Pandora remains under wraps. Everyone's attention was quickly attracted by the supernatural incident mentioned by another ranger hunter. At this time, UK realized belatedly that this kind of gathering was actually a very good channel for obtaining information. After all, except for people like him who cheat by the system, most forest rangers were either elites of the military's special forces or the police. Otherwise, they would not be able to afford this profession where they often have to fight against ferocious beasts in the forest. People they met in the past often have their own information channels. The information that can be obtained is naturally far beyond that of UK, a teacher who has temporarily transferred to another profession. The changes caused by the Cataclysm era are by no means limited to simple animals and plants. The existence of unknown horrors like Pandora is far from unique. Regardless of other things, there has been a recent terrorist incident in Danhang City in which evil spirits attacked and killed ordinary people. The death toll has exceeded 30, and the impact has been extremely bad. As I said earlier, there is no absolutely safe place in this era. Although there are a considerable number of extraordinary beings concentrated in Danhang City, it is now helpless to face the fierce ghosts that come from nowhere. Speaking of this matter, why do you think I suddenly called my wife and children to Jingu Forest? One of the crime scenes is near my home. My wife said that the scene was horrific, and the victim's flesh and blood were all beaten. Nothing but skin and bones. Covering his child's ears with both hands, Qian Shengwen said with some horror. I always felt that something was playing tricks on me. Even if it was a disaster, it would be too weird to create such a weird thing. Before the era of catastrophe, everyone received a materialistic education, and their understanding of ghosts was limited to film and television works. Although things that break the three concepts of human beings happen from time to time, when it comes to existences that go against common sense such as ghosts and resentful spirits, rangers and hunters are still more inclined to think that there is something that creates these supernatural phenomena. After all, if evil spirits exist, what about the underworld? What about heaven? Who knows for sure? I would rather believe that this kind of thing exists than not believe that it doesn't exist. Tisk tisk. Thinking about it, those of us outside the city are in a safe situation. Evil ghosts rarely appear in sparsely populated places. Zhou Lin shuddered, thankful that the forest patrol camp where he was unlikely to be targeted by evil spirits. You guys are actually trapped by the name Li Gui, as if Li Gui is so terrifying. To put it bluntly, the number of deaths it has caused now is only more than 30. If those monsters deep in the Jing Lake forest are released into the city, they can cause the damage caused by the evil ghost will be several times that of the evil ghost. In terms of the efficiency of killing people and causing damage, the evil ghost that appears this time is not worthy of carrying their shoes. Quote. Wu Anhe, who had been silent next to him, suddenly spoke, paused and added. In fact, the official government has long had a unified name for various unconventional phenomena, living things and even non-living objects that appeared in the catastrophe era. Weird contained objects. They use this way to call ghosts, monsters or other weird things. A broad concept can not only avoid panic, make it easier for people to accept, but also show the official government's confidence in dealing with such existences. Strange containment object. Learned a new term. As a newly appointed ranger, UK sits here as a listener, quietly collecting all kinds of information mentioned by his colleagues. A few people were about to continue communicating in this direction, but Qian Shengwen's wife shouted from the wooden house that dinner was ready. UK quickly got up to clean up and unloaded the cooked ham and mushroom soup from the iron frame of the campfire. In fact, he was so hungry that he didn't eat after getting up, just waiting for this meal. Compared to the food and drinks that filled the long table in the house, it didn't matter what the evil spirits were or the strange contained objects. You have to stand back a little in front of a hungry belly. After lunch, everyone chatted and played cards. In short, everyone found someone to pass the time. UK also showed the video he planned to release tonight to his colleagues for review. Whether it was climbing a 100-meter-high tree in a snowstorm to fight a human-faced owl, or riding a deer with terrifying horns to pretend to be a heavily armored knight, all caused quite a bit of exclamation. Everyone said that this video would be a big hit, and some wanted to take a photo with UK and post it on their social accounts, but UK refused on the grounds that he did not want to show his face and wanted to maintain a sense of mystery. Today's camping barbecue party has no evening activities and only lasts until evening. Because there is no resting place in the wooden house, and the camps of the rangers and hunters are relatively far away, it will take time to pack things, and it is impossible to really be busy until midnight. Mirror Lake Forest is not a quiet and peaceful place. It's okay during the day, but no one can guarantee what the smell of meat will attract after nightfall. Moreover, UK has to take a bus to Danhang City tomorrow. He needs time to sort out the recent expenses at the Forest Patrol Camp and then go to the Forestry Protection Bureau for reimbursement. During the cold wave, he was not yet a 2-star hunter, and the Forestry Defense Bureau basically came to a brief standstill. Now that he is working, he will be promoted again, so he will not miss the opportunity to be reimbursed. There is another chapter. Wait a minute, I have a headache after drinking too much wine. Early morning, UK drove to the transfer station. The ticket was purchased in advance, and while waiting for the bus, UK went to a shop to order a saddle for a deer with stunning horns. He had measured the basic data of the scary antlered deer last night. All he had to do was hand it over to the clerk, select the style, and all that was left was to wait. In addition, UK also specially purchased a set of larger deer saddles. In the future, if you encounter more dangerous enemies, you will have to fight side by side with the Jinghorn Deer King. It never goes wrong to prepare in advance. However, during the purchase process, UK gradually discovered that something was wrong with the way the store clerks looked at him. Especially the female shopping guide in the store. After he showed his Ranger Hunter ID, her voice became gentler. After going to the toilet and coming back, lipstick and eyeliner suddenly appeared, and the gaze he looked at UK was even more purposeful. When UK completed the purchase and returned to the waiting hall with an embarrassed look on his face, he discovered the problem. The cold wave had just ended, and a large number of hunting groups and lone hunters chose to come to the transfer station at this time. They were undoubtedly preparing to go to Jingu Forest to hunt rare beasts that were usually rare to see, but now appeared due to hunger. In order to cater to the strong hunting atmosphere and allow hunters to open their wallets for consumption, the transfer station specially plays popular hunting videos on the public screen. People who watch it are excited and want to start hunting ferocious beasts immediately and become famous. These are popular videos, and it's no surprise that the latest video in UK's Hunting Diary series is among them. Hunting Diary 3, Blizzard Hunting. Leveraging on the influence of the cold wave that has not yet dissipated, the popularity of this video far exceeded UK's expectations, and it became a hit almost as soon as it went online. The video posted last night became the top recommendation on the homepage of the Yuntu website this morning. As a result, it was even played at the transfer station. Whether UK wants it or not, he has now become an internet celebrity. Not only did the Forestry Protection Bureau have no objection to this, but it actually added fuel to the flames. After all, UK was a serious forest hunter, and the Forestry Protection Bureau used his reputation to promote itself. The skyrocketing number of views on the official website in recent times is the best proof. To put it bluntly, the Forestry Protection Bureau does not care about the traffic revenue. What really cares is their image among the public. UK is just a fulcrum for them to draw on. Without staying at the transfer station for too long, UK boarded the train at 8 o'clock in the morning. Unlike the high-speed rail trains in UK's previous life that extended in all directions, Due to the environmental changes in the catastrophic era, the trains at the transfer station would only travel between Da Nang City and various stations. In many cases, they had to carry cargo and were not fast. The box containing the Leviathan axe and the toothed bow and arrow was handed over to the crew for preservation. UK, who received the pickup number, found his seat and sat down. This is the rule of the transit station. No weapons are allowed into the passenger compartment, but are stored in a storage compartment at the rear and guarded by dedicated personnel. There is no way. Most of the people coming and going from the transfer station are members of the hunting group, and there is no one else. There must be enough weapons. If a gunfight breaks out on a high-speed train, the consequences would be disastrous. Specifically buying a seat by the window, UK took out the tea and snacks he had prepared in advance and placed them on the small plywood in front of him. Leaning against the car window and looking at the scenery outside, there is a large plain between the transfer station and Da Nang City, which is vast and flat. The whole drive takes about an hour and a half. This time, UK plans to stay in Da Nang City for 2 days and 1 night. Today, he first went to the Forestry Protection Bureau to complete the promotion process of a 2-star hunter, and then handed over his personal physical measurement data to Anseli, and began to order the Whale Abyss combat uniform and a full set of bow and arrow equipment. This was the most important goal of this trip. Then go home and stay 1 night. Tomorrow, you will wander around Da Nang City and purchase some supplies to send to the transfer station. That afternoon we still took this car back to the Forest Patrol camp. Time may be a little tight, but that's because UK got inside information last night. The General Administration of Disaster Prevention will soon launch an operation against the missing Pandora. UK wants to take this opportunity to explore the depths of Jingu Forest. No matter whether Pandora can be found or not, as long as UK participates in the mission, the experience of the two professions, an investigator and forest hunter, will increase, but the efficiency will be lower. At present, the experience growth of the Atichinga profession has reached 50% of the current stage, and is still rising at a considerable rate. You must know that the experience required will increase exponentially every time the profession is promoted. It is thanks to UK that he discovered this channel, otherwise the promotion of the Atichera profession will take many years and months. Ding! Welcome all passengers to take the D135 train. The next stop is Da Nang North Station. With the announcement in the carriage, the train officially left the transfer station. UK retracted his gaze from the faraway transfer station and turned to the farms on both sides of the train. The era of great catastrophe has caused difficulties in the nationwide movement of various materials. Frequent monster attacks have occurred on the originally normal sea and land transportation lines. The urbanization process has been forcibly accelerated, and all officially designated first-tier cities have been forced to strengthen their own internal circulation. Da Nang City is one of them. With a city population of tens of millions, the various materials consumed every day are extremely exaggerated, so intelligently managed giant farms have become indispensable. Fortunately, changes in animals and plants, coupled with the government's genetic research over the years, have solved part of the food problem to some extent. The sight is cast through the car window to the farm grazing area outside. Thousands of huge cattle and sheep are eating in groups in the wilderness. There are many drones hovering in the sky to monitor the situation in the grazing area. Less than 3 days after the cold wave ended, new grass has already emerged from under the snow. The vitality of the grassland near Jingu Forest is so exaggerated. Behind these pastures are greenhouses that stretch for countless miles. The water and soil environment inside are different. A large number of genetically modified vegetables, rice, and wheat are planted. Even during the cold wave, the internal environment has not changed much. UK also saw quite a lot of agricultural heavy machinery, including a single-driver heavy robot. Although it is not equipped with lethal weapons, the two mechanical arms can easily lift thousands of kilograms of mutated cattle, sheep, or other miscellaneous items. They are official prototype robots that are being tested. UK read relevant reports 2 days ago, saying that they are preparing for larger-scale catastrophic events that may occur in the future. As time goes by, the number of ranch buildings has been visibly reduced, replaced by various defensive buildings outside the city. UK seemed to realize something, turned his head, and looked ahead of the train. The high-rise buildings of Da Nang City came into view. UK, who was in the forest not long ago, suddenly saw such a highly modernized megacity. The strong contrast made him feel a strong sense of absurdity involuntarily. At this moment, he seemed to be a wild beast walking out of the primitive jungle, looking up at the magnificent future city. Everything was so new and exciting, but there was an indelible feeling of helplessness in his heart. Sorry that I have only finished writing now. It was the first time I got so drunk. I was still vomiting at 4 in the morning. It was really uncomfortable. The Forestry Protection Bureau is headquartered in Ligwang District, Danhang City. UK got out of the car and went straight here. He could see the city scenery at any time, but business was more important. Because he had made an appointment through internal channels before coming here, and he was an extraordinary person and was a person of special concern within the Forestry Protection Bureau, so UK was taken to the training ground after showing his ID. The audit department assigned a specialist to take charge of his promotion process. We will conduct a comprehensive physical fitness test on you to obtain all aspects of ability data. Some smart devices may be used during the process. Don't worry, we are more worried about your safety than anyone else right now. Holding a smart tablet in his hand, Luhu walked in front of UK and introduced to him the process to come. He paused and said, "The new hunting log video you posted last night caused quite a stir within the Forestry Protection Bureau. Due to the popularity of the Hunting Diary video series, the identity of Forest Patrol Hunter UK has inevitably attracted attention. There are also many people within the Forestry Protection Bureau who are keen on such videos." In response to Luhu's compliment, UK nodded silently and had no intention of continuing the topic. His intention in making the video was only for professional experience, and he had no intention of becoming an internet celebrity, let alone becoming the Forest Defense Bureau's external brand. The entire test process was uneventful. Each project is carried out step by step, so I won't go into details here. After all, UK's abilities are real and there is no element of fraud. Even under the premise of hiding Feng Shui's control ability and professional traits, he is still strong enough to pass the promotion test. Half an hour later, shirtless UK stood in the center of the field, his body shape after high-intensity exercise full of strength and beauty. Putting down the long bow in his hand, the muscles of his arms were knotted like steel cables, and his slender fingers had distinct joints. A lot of people gathered around the training ground unknowingly. Apparently the news that Ranger UK had arrived at the Forest Defense Bureau had spread. Everyone wants to see what this man who rides a deer and fights dozens of snow monsters in a snowstorm looks like. Judging from the exclamations that sounded from time to time, they should be very satisfied. Soon staff members went out to clear the area to prevent these people from disturbing the test, but UK didn't care much about it. In fact, he could have asked for a separate test, but he just pretended not to know. The reason is simple. If others check his experience, they will know that he has only been officially employed as a ranger hunter for more than a month. Anyone else would have doubts or other thoughts about his sudden surge in strength. Rather than being secretive and arousing suspicion, it is better to test it openly on the training ground and break all doubts. Anyway, others have no way of knowing your true abilities. At this time, UK had multiple test components attached to his body, and the corresponding data lines were connected to the instruments not far away. At this time, the commissioner of the audit department and the person responsible for the proficiency test were standing behind the instrument, looking at various data, and nodded repeatedly. UK is also quite curious about the extent of his current abilities. Although he could clearly feel that his strength was constantly increasing during training at the ranger camp, especially after a fierce battle with a large group of Vindigo, the characteristics of the trophies gave him a considerable improvement in strength, but this was only vague after all. It feels like there is no clear data to make it intuitive. After taking off the data cable with the help of the staff, UK walked to the instrument and glanced at it. It turned out that most of the data was too complicated for him to understand, so he could only look at the testers next to him. "Mr. Yu, your test scores are very good, I mean very good. Various data show that your physical fitness has reached an extremely exaggerated level, and it is also an extremely rare all-round development, especially the strength part." The tester looked at UK's body, not hiding the surprise in his eyes, and added, "The Forestry Protection Bureau has a unique evaluation mechanism for extraordinary people, and your physical fitness undoubtedly meets many of them. There will be no problem in being promoted to a 2-star hunter. The advent of the era of cataclysm has made the status of extraordinary people continue to improve. Whether it is the Forestry Protection Bureau, the General Administration of Disaster Prevention to which it belongs, or various large and small private organizations, they all attach great importance to such supermen. As one of the best, it goes without saying that UK received much attention. The most critical test link is over. The rest is nothing more than file changes, personal benefit selection and other work. It doesn't take much time. A specialist from the Audit Bureau will take UK through the process and explain various new benefits to him. The benefits of being promoted to a 2-star hunter are reflected in all aspects. In addition to a substantial increase in monthly wages, special subsidies for hazardous tasks are provided. 2-star hunters will receive extremely favorable discounts in most stores opened by the official government. For example, UK's previous expenses for repairing the Forest Patrol camp can basically be reimbursed by nearly 80% as long as he can come up with a list. In the future, the maintenance costs of ranger and hunter equipment such as off-road vehicles and snowmobiles will be greatly reduced. The work arrangements of family members, community benefits, etc. will also be improved accordingly. One of the benefits that UK values AAAA more is that every 2-star hunter will have an operator in the Forest Protection Bureau to provide services. This means that if UK has any needs or questions in the future, he can go directly to the operator, who will answer them as soon as possible. This not only saves the time of sending emails to report at all levels, greatly improves efficiency, but also allows UK to learn the details of the Forestry Protection Bureau's arrangements at the first time to avoid conflicts. At this point, the promotion process is basically over, and the time has come to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. UK was going to have lunch in the canteen of the Forestry Defence Bureau. At the same time, he contacted Anseli and handed her his physical test data to start customizing new equipment as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, Anseli was also at the Forestry Protection Bureau today. A few minutes after UK sent out the message, Anseli, wearing the uniform of the Forestry Protection Bureau, appeared in the cafeteria, got a drink from the window, and walked straight to sit opposite UK, attracting a lot of attention from around him. Regardless of his position, strength or appearance, Anseli can be called the flower of the Forest Protection Bureau. He has received more attention than UK. Not to mention that the two of them are sitting together now. In 5 minutes, they will probably be together. Various versions of the story must be circulated. I thought you would be searching for Pandora in the Mirror Lake Forest in the near future. UK never cared about the opinions of outsiders, so he directly handed the compiled physical test data to Anseli and asked, "Any other tasks? The pollution caused by Pandora is too bad. On the one hand, I returned to Danhang City to report on the situation near the workstation, and on the other hand, I wanted to participate in the next phase of the action meeting against Pandora. If you have nothing to do, you can get involved, eh? Pandora is already threatening the ecological environment of Jingu Forest. In order to prevent the situation from deteriorating further, the Forestry Defence Bureau and the General Administration of Disaster Prevention must come up with relevant response plans as soon as possible. As the commander on the front line, Anseli naturally has to turn up. As for inviting UK to participate, it was out of recognition of his strength. I'm not interested in meetings. If you guys have any action plans that I can help with, just talk to me then." UK decisively rejected Anseli's invitation. The participants in this closed-door meeting were basically high-level and frontline commanders within the Forestry Protection Bureau. With his current status and participation with Anseli, the final outcome would definitely be to become someone else's pawn. Rather than being restricted by others, UK prefers to make decisions on his own. Successfully promoted to 2-star hunter. UK left the Forestry Protection Bureau and did some shopping at a nearby mall. Wait until evening before setting off to return to your residence. The return ticket has been purchased for tomorrow afternoon. Boss, a bowl of shredded pork noodles with pickled vegetables, hard-boiled eggs, and no green onions. Returning to the familiar noodle shop, UK, wearing a black down jacket and sitting on a bench playing with his mobile phone, with a suitcase beside him, still has the cool and sharp attitude when he was wearing the uniform of a ranger hunter. He simply returned to his hometown to work. No one would have thought that the special suitcase he was carrying contained a long-handled axe, sharp-toothed bow and arrows. There was no way around it. The uniform of a ranger hunter was too easy to attract attention in the ordinary community where his predecessor lived. His eyes briefly paused on a statue of a god enshrined in the corner of the store. There were still unburned incense sticks in the incense burner, and the smoke was curling up. UK remembered that there was no such thing before. Confused, he turned his eyes to the residential area on one side of the street. The former residence was not high-end, just an ordinary middle-rise residential area in Danhang City. It's just that the entrance to the community seems to be particularly deserted today. In the past, at this time, there would be vendors pushing carts to sell goods, and adults taking their children out for a walk. I've been stuck at home for nearly a week during the cold wave. It finally cleared up, but no one came out. Shaking his head, UK stopped thinking about it. He had lived in this community for more than half a year before he became a ranger hunter. Looking at the streets and the night scene in front of the community that were so familiar that he could replay the location of each store in his mind, he still didn't have much sense of belonging. This is the memory and life of the predecessor, not his. UK came back here specifically to say goodbye to his previous life. He wants to move forward, and the past can no longer restrain him. If there is anything I can't bear to give up, it's only the shredded pork and pickled vegetables noodles from this noodle shop. The taste is so authentic. The noodles were served on the table. UK had just lowered his head to take a few bites when he heard the bell ringing at the door of the store. A new customer came into the house. He subconsciously raised his eyes to check, but his sight suddenly froze. When he saw the person looking over, he quickly avoided it. "Boss, noodles with shredded pork and vegetables, poached eggs and green onions." Following the voice, her footsteps finally stopped beside UK, and she asked with some uncertainty. "UK, is that you?" Long time no see, Teacher Shu." UK looked up at the woman in front of him. She was wearing a light pink down jacket and her hair was tied to her shoulders. Her gentle and dignified features showed signs of fatigue that were visible to the naked eye. She was holding a bag of frozen dumplings in her hand and tilted her head to look at him. His former colleague was also the person he was pursuing before the accident. After UK resurrection, because he was worried about exposing his identity, he used the excuse of being too sad to cut off contact with everyone. Except for relatives who disappeared after 2 visits, she was the only one who lived in the same community and came to visit from time to time. "You seem to be a little different. It seems that the work of a ranger hunter is very hard." Shu Wan looked at UK's angular face. If it weren't for the fact that his eyebrows and eyes were somewhat similar, she really wouldn't have recognized him. "Haha, you are stationed in Jingu Forest. You should exercise every day to lose weight." UK laughed dryly and ate the noodles a little faster. "I saw the video you posted. It's amazing. Another teacher told me that your story has spread in the school. It's amazing. I heard that the principal wants to contact you and tell the classmates about your story, experience. I will definitely do it if I have a chance in the future. Prepare to stay for a few days when you come back this time. There will always be a holiday after the cold wave is over, right?" Noticing the large suitcase next to UK, Shu Wan's eyes sparkled and she asked. "Actually, I'm leaving tomorrow afternoon. I'm coming back this time because there are some things at the Forest Protection Bureau that I need to deal with. There have been many hunting group activities in Jingu Forest recently. As a ranger hunter, I have to stick to my post." Looking for a random reason, UK explained awkwardly. He could fight fiercely with dozens of wendigos in the deep forest in the snowstorm without changing his expression, but he was a little at a loss when faced with the woman in front of him who had still cared about him 6 months after he traveled through time. This feeling belongs to the precursor of the disaster, and UK has no love for Shu Wan, and all he has to say is gratitude. He never intended to pretend to be his predecessor to accept this relationship. After quickly finishing the noodles, UK stood up and was about to say goodbye. Instead of getting entangled, it was better to make a decision immediately. As a result, as soon as UK stood up, the cuff of his right hand was grabbed by Shu Wan. Only then did he notice that the latter was wearing an apricot yellow amulet folded into a triangular bag on his exposed wrist, with a faint cinnabar incantation visible. Wait a minute, you may not know this when you just came back, but our neighborhood has been haunted recently, especially at night, and it's not clean. Shu Wan noticed UK's gaze, took out an identical bracelet from her pocket, and said, "A few colleagues in the office and I went to a nearby temple during the day to pray for it, saying it can ward off evil spirits." Is it a ghost attack? UK sat back down and realized why Shu Wan looked so tired. Something a colleague mentioned at a camping dinner came to mind. The recent attacks by ghosts in Danhang City have indeed caused quite a stir, but if UK remembers correctly, the location of the incident should not be in this community. Yes, yesterday evening, a victim also appeared in the neighborhood next door. Speaking of this matter, Shu Wan's eyes were full of worry and her face turned a little pale. She currently lives with her elderly parents. It is difficult to feel safe when encountering such a thing, so she goes to pray to gods and Buddhas. Has anything strange happened in the community recently? UK took the amulet and looked at it. It had no effect. It was purely a trick. However, he did not expose it and asked instead, "I have been in school during the day. I heard what happened last night from others. You should go find a hotel to stay, otherwise it will delay your trip tomorrow. There is no time to book a room at this time. Besides, I have already arrived at the gate of the community. There is no reason to turn around and leave. I will go back with you later to see what kind of evil ghost is so arrogant." Not long ago, UK was still wondering whether there were really evil ghosts in this world, so he took this opportunity to investigate. If he could bump into that evil ghost, he might as well make it disappear into ashes. It would be the last thing he did for his neighbors or Shu Wan before leaving, to end the various causes and consequences left by his predecessor here. "Aren't you afraid? I remember you didn't even dare to watch horror movies before." Shu Wan looked at UK in surprise, and then thought of the videos the latter had recently posted. When talking about Li Gui, he was like talking about a toothy wild dog he met on the roadside. He seemed to be able to dismiss it casually, and his words were filled with incomparable confidence. She always regarded UK as the fat colleague from half a year ago, but how could he still be the same as he was then? Suddenly, Shu Wan fell silent. UK is not afraid of evil spirits. It is not a pretense to say those words in front of Shu Wan. On the one hand, the high perception and detection of unknown things brought by the trait of checking for leaks and filling gaps can restrain such existence. As long as the two sides come into contact, UK is confident that he can see through the essence of evil spirits. On the other hand, the control of wind and snow enriches UK's offensive means. Even if it is a spirit, he has a way to cause damage to the other party. Even if he really encounters a special individual that is particularly difficult to deal with, he can still call for help. The General Administration of Disaster Prevention is now having a headache because it can't catch evil spirits. In fact, while waiting for Shu Wan to eat noodles, UK had already sent messages to Ansali and Zhang Renqi respectively. Pay the bill and leave the noodle shop. UK and Shu Wan walked into the community side by side. The atmosphere was quite dull. Shu Wan wanted to say something many times but stopped, while UK pretended not to see it and his eyes wandered around the community. Although the ghost attack happened in the neighborhood next door, the residents here reacted strongly after learning about it. Along the way, you can see many people walking out with their families, carrying suitcases in their hands. It is obvious that they plan to go to other places to avoid the limelight for a while and return after the ghost is caught. Heaven and earth, please show your spirit. Just after turning around the flower bed at the main entrance of the community, I ran into a Taoist priest wearing a yellow and black Taoist robe, holding a peach wood sword and a brass bell, chanting classic spells and scattering paper money on the roadside with strange steps. What's even more bizarre is that there are actually two Taoist children with square machines hanging on their chests behind him. They each wear earphones and hold a detection instrument like a shower head to sweep everywhere, and look down at the data displayed on the machine from time to time. Seeing this scene, UK felt that it was hot. It is said that he is a professional ghost catcher who combines modern science. He is very famous in our neighborhood and was invited by the property management of the community. Shu Wan explained in a low voice, and put her hands together and bowed to the roadside. You asked me before that you were not going to find a hotel outside to stay. UK was too lazy to expose these ghost tricks, and turned to look at Shu Wan and asked. The legs and feet of the two elderly people in the family have never been very good, and they are stubborn and unwilling to spend this money. Besides, if you have never done anything wrong in your life, you are not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door in the middle of the night. Shu Wan said softly, brushing the hair hanging down to the side of her ears to the back of her head. That's right, I will take you here. If anything happens at night, contact me at any time. Next it is Building 3 where Shu Wan lives. UK stood at the intersection, his eyes turned around the talisman on the door, and did not find any special energy, and watched Shu Wan go upstairs. Then he turned around and went to his predecessor's residence. Halfway through the walk, the street lights in the community suddenly turned on. I don't know who set them up. The advertising signs on every section of the road no longer projected advertisements, but various gods, and played difficult scriptures in between. No wonder the residents are in a hurry to move out. If they stay in this environment for a long time, they will be attacked by evil spirits. I don't know if their mental health will be affected. UK looked at the King of Growth standing solemnly on the lawn in front of the building, holding a long sword, with a purple body and an angry face. What is going on? Ignoring these strange arrangements, UK walked into Building 5 and took the elevator upstairs. As expected, there were also many talismans posted in the elevator, but he just pretended not to see them and quickly returned to his home. Before leaving, UK asked someone to clean the house, and furniture such as sofas and beds were also covered with dust covers, so the house was relatively clean. UK, who was leaving tomorrow, did not plan to spend time on deep cleaning. He did not plan to live in this house anymore anyway, so he would just ask someone to sell it. Shu Wan was a good candidate, and he would give her a commission as a reward. He did not even plan to sleep in the bedroom, but just opened the dust covers of the sofa and TV. He took out a few packs of snacks and 2 cans of drinks from the suitcase, which would be enough for one night, waiting for the evil spirits wandering nearby to come to the door. Time passed, and night fell outside the house. He could only vaguely hear the rhythmic chanting and a few sporadic barkings of dogs, and the horns of passing vehicles. Although UK felt that the chanting was a bit irritating, he did not close the window, and even simply closed the door without locking it. Because he was not sure whether the evil spirit would appear in this community tonight, and who would be the target, opening the window would allow him to hear sounds from farther away, and he could also be aware of what happened nearby at the first time. After all, there were still many residents left in the community, and it might be the neighboring community that was in trouble again. After taking out the weapons from the suitcase and placing them next to him, UK casually opened a can of drink and checked the situation in the forest patrol camp on his mobile phone. The surveillance cameras in the camp operate 24 hours a day to ensure that no one or wild animals will go there to cause damage when he is not in the camp. Even if there are, he will know how to deal with it when he returns. Everything seems normal at the moment. Turning on the TV and tuning to the evening news, UK watched the major events that have occurred in Da Nang City recently, and soon switched to the variety show channel to kill time. The clock hands on the wall kept turning, and the expected evil ghost attack never appeared. UK leaned back on the sofa and began to search the next door community with his mobile phone. At the same time, he contacted Shu Wan to ask about her situation. He received a reply soon. Shu Wan was also normal. She was sorting out the lesson plan for tomorrow. Could it be that the ghost-catching Taoist priest really played a role in expelling the evil ghost? UK thought so, got up and walked to the window, looked downstairs in the community, and confirmed that nothing unusual happened. He went back to the house with some disappointment, thinking of taking a nap first. However, almost at the same time, UK turned around and left the window sill. A vague figure floated up from the rooftop of the community. A pair of black-faced and white-soled cloth shoes stepped on the edge of the rooftop, with a rickety figure leaning forward, and 2 shriveled pale palms hanging from the cuffs. In the light and shadow formed by the small lamp on the roof, a green-gray rat mask with a sharp beak leaned forward, and a pair of eyes were vaguely visible. Slender hanging tip eyes. Go and bring back the flesh and blood full of fear. Tomorrow we will set off to Jingu Forest. We must harvest more tonight to fill your stomach and save you from having to find ways to feed yourself when you enter the forest. It was clear that there was no one around, but the rat-faced man was talking to himself in the air, overlooking the lights in the community, and said coldly, "Another harvest night. The moment the words fell, the light and shadow on the side of the rat-faced man continued to tremble, and black shadows flew past, heading straight towards the houses in the community. If you take a closer look, you will see various strange phenomena appearing wherever these black shadows pass by. The wall tiles of high-rise buildings are full of mottled cracks, and twisted black shadows flash on the windows. Even the green plants everywhere in the community seem to have been given evil life, and their branches and leaves are swaying. What is more vicious than ghosts is the human heart. Put down the phone. Shu Wan's eyes turned back to the lesson plan. From time to time, I would circle a few key points with a pen and make 2 notes in the textbook. Outside the door, there was the sound of her parents watching TV and bickering. She didn't feel noisy, but felt a little relieved. She was actually very scared about the ghost attack that occurred in the neighborhood next door. She originally wanted to persuade her parents after returning home and take them out for 2 nights, and then come back if nothing happened in the neighborhood. Unexpectedly, in the evening, I ran into UK, whom I hadn't seen for a long time. The teachers in the school have spread the recent hunting diary video to each other, and there is also a lot of attention among the students, especially after knowing that UK was once their teacher. Everyone wants to know what he was like before. There were also people who knew that UK had pursued her and came to ask her about UK's current situation. Shu Wan didn't want to pay attention to these people and just said that she didn't know, but secretly she also wondered what UK was like now. He has changed a lot. Even though he was wearing a very ordinary down jacket, his figure and appearance revealed a completely different temperament from half a year ago. The fat young teacher seemed to have disappeared after the disaster. Now UK's whole body exudes confidence and vigor, especially those eyes. Even if they just look at each other calmly, they will make people feel a strong sense of oppression. It was as if he was being watched by a ferocious beast, and he didn't dare to breathe. In addition, Shu Wan also vaguely felt his indifference. Yes, even though UK stood beside her and spoke softly to her, with a smile on his face, she felt that there was an insurmountable gap between the two. This had never been the case before. It seems that this change has occurred in UK since the disaster. It has only become more obvious after returning from Jingu Forest. In other words, he does not want or need to pretend to be familiar with others. Shaking her head, Shu Wan didn't think anymore and wanted to get up to get a glass of water. Suddenly, she found that the sound outside the door disappeared. "Dad, Mom," she tried shouting, but no one responded. Shu Wan quickly grabbed her phone and walked to the door, asking, "Are you okay? Why don't you watch TV?" There was still no answer outside the door. Shu Wan anxiously pushed the door open, only to see darkness. She pressed the switch twice, but it was useless. She had to run to the sofa in the dark. She saw her parents fell unconscious on it at some point. Personnel. "Dad, Mom, what's wrong with you?" Shu Wan sent a message to UK on her mobile phone to ask for help, while squatting next to the sofa to check the situation. But when she put her hands on her mother's clothes, she felt that her hands were full of pus and blood. The TV behind her suddenly turned on and began to play harsh and sharp noises, and all kinds of bloody and terrifying pictures flickered. At the same time, the 2 old men on the sofa suddenly sat up and grabbed Shu Wan's stretched out arms. Their wrinkled old faces were twisted into ferocious ghost faces, making Shu Wan unable to move. The sudden change shocked Shu Wan's outlook on life. The evil beast turned into fear gnawed at her mind, making her unable to move. There was even more blood coming from behind, as if there was a monster entrenched in her, behind. Her body was tied tightly by an unknown force. Shu Wan raised her head, and her delicate neck was exposed. Despair and pain made her the most delicious food in the eyes of the ghost. Bang bang. There was a sudden sound of breaking glass. Before Shu Wan could turn her head, the sound of the door breaking was heard again. 2 arrows with frosty air shot towards him, and with a sharp hiss of pain, Shu Wan fell to the ground. The bedroom door was knocked open by a black shadow, and the window seemed to be smashed as well. The house lights come on. Shu Wan hurriedly got up and saw UK pushing open the half door of the room and rushing in. At this time, his image changed again. The rustic black down jacket was gone, replaced by a pure black turtleneck, holding a long bow, carrying a quiver and a silver gray long-handled axe, showing a fierce momentum. "Are you okay?" UK took a few steps forward and bent down to help Shu Wan up. His eyes fell on the pool of light green liquid behind her. My parents. After Shu Wan came back to her senses, she threw herself on the sofa and saw her parents lying safe and sound. The horrific scene just now disappeared. They just fainted. What you saw just now must be an illusion. Stay here and look after them. Leave the rest to me. UK didn't stay long, and after a few words of comfort, he followed the blood stains on the ground into the bedroom. Spirits like Li Gui cannot bleed. Not to mention the blood with this weird color, UK is almost certain to be some kind of monster lurking somewhere in the community, pretending to be a ghost, scaring ordinary people with hallucinations and then attacking them. Running to the window, UK looked at the traces of stains on the window frame. Looking out the window with half-closed eyes, his high senses spread out, and the unusual sound of the wind above his head allowed him to capture the position where the other party was escaping. Without saying a word, he turned around and left Shu Wan's house, went straight to the elevator on the side of the corridor, and went straight to the top floor. Watching the floor numbers rising, what came to UK's mind was the information captured on the window frame. Psychedelic taper blood. The blood left by a taper whose brain has mutated has the ability to induce hallucinations in a small range and is keen on creating negative emotions. Just hallucinogenic abilities. UK stood in front of the elevator door, the incandescent light reflecting his frown. Not long ago, he asked Anseli and Zhang Renqi, and through their information feedback, combined with the intelligence of his fellow rangers and hunters, it was known that the victims of this ghost attack had all been drained of flesh and blood without exception. The characteristics of the psychedelic taper are inconsistent with the state presented by the victim. There is only one explanation. There are other people behind it, and the psychedelic taper is just one of the tools for the other party to achieve their goals. Ding! The elevator reached the top floor. UK pushed the door open and went out. What came into view were the beddings drying on the rooftop, and a black shadow holding a piglet-sized psychedelic taper not far away. Sensing UK's arrival, the black shadow raised his head, revealing a strange rat mask, and his eyes lingered on the weapon in the former's hand. I didn't expect that there are masters hiding in this ordinary community. Before the voice fell, 3 arrows came in a triangular shape. The rat-faced man's reaction was also unexpectedly fast. He caught an arrow with both hands, and the arrow aimed at his forehead was frozen in the air. It's quite capable. UK half squinted his eyes. He knew very well how fast and powerful the arrows he shot were. Although it was just a test, without using all his strength, the other party dared to catch it directly with his bare hands. This reaction and strength alone are enough to prove that the other party should also be a superhuman, and his strength is definitely not bad. Especially the arrow that stopped in the air, UK did not see any additional movements from him. Superpowers similar to the shocked Deer King. It's my fault this time. I accidentally entered your territory. Why don't we both take a step back? The rat-faced man didn't seem to want to have a conflict with UK, so he apologized and took a half step back. UK was not interested in talking nonsense with him. He bent his bow and shot an arrow to the left. The arrow penetrated the quilt, but there was yellow-green liquid splashing at the entrance of the cave, and half of the body of the strange insect appeared and fell to the ground. Want to share my heart, are you worthy? At this point, UK was sure that the rat-faced man should have some means to make objects invisible. He apologized just now to relax his mind so that the killer move in the dark could sneak over and launch a sneak attack. Fortunately, UK had a strong perception ability and captured the opponent's movements first. Community rooftop. UK stared at the rat-faced man in front of him, thinking about his method of making objects invisible. The cell phone in his pocket buzzed one after another. In the elevator, UK had already given the location to the 2 of them and asked them to lead the team over. The impact of the attack by the ghost was extremely bad. UK had never been a man of martial ethics towards such a crazy guy. The quiet environment also made the rat-faced man hear the cell phone notification tone, and the hanging eyes under the mask flashed coldly. He didn't know the origin of the extraordinary person holding a bow and arrow in front of him, but he knew very well that based on his recent actions, if he was arrested by the Jing'an Bureau or the General Administration of Disaster Prevention, he would be lucky if he could survive forever. Good. Quick victory. His eyeballs were stained dark red, and the rat-faced man suddenly lowered his body, kicked his legs on the edge of the rooftop, and ran towards UK at top speed. A dry palm protruded from the cuff, stretching and contracting, and there were long and narrow steel claws attached to it. The bow is bent and the arrow is knocked, and the bowstring is vibrating. Several arrows shot at the rat-faced man. What surprised UK was that the guy in front of him, with his head hidden and his tail exposed, moved extremely quickly. His thin and hunched figure was like a wild monkey, moving around and around, constantly approaching. Just when UK was about to catch his behavioral habits and predict his movements, he sensed an abnormal aura on his side again. He had no choice but to change the direction of the arrow and shoot the monster approaching secretly. But in these 2 seconds, the rat-faced man had already crossed the last safe distance and came closer with force. His arms spread like rock wings, his sleeves swelled in the wind, and he swung his sharp steel claws towards UK's head, trying to kill with one blow. However, UK disappeared from the sight of the rat-faced man in the next second. He hurriedly lowered his eyes to check, and found that the latter leaned back and lowered his waist, stabilized his body with his legs, put his back on the rooftop, and set up the arrow again. In a hurry, the rat-faced man had to raise his hands to block, and it was this subconscious move that saved his life. The palm of his left hand was directly penetrated by the arrow, and he relied on the steel claws to barely catch the arrow. Even so, the whole person was still turned over by the powerful force attached to the arrow. When he landed, he felt that his left hand had lost consciousness. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of his left hand covered in frost. The rat-faced man felt his scalp numb and a chill rising from his back. It was all a test before, but this arrow is the fatal move. Damn it, how could a master of this level be hidden in an ordinary community? Could it be that the Jing'an Bureau set up an ambush in advance? The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, and the rat-faced man wanted to give up. Just at this moment, there were lights in the distance projected towards the rooftop, and the helicopter from the Disaster Prevention Bureau arrived, and this was undoubtedly the straw that broke the camel's back. After looking at UK, who started to approach this side, the rat-faced man no longer hesitated, turned around and ran towards the edge of the rooftop, shouting, "Faceless, Kurigakure." After finally seizing the opportunity to cripple one of the enemy's hands, UK was unwilling to let him go, so he quickened his pace and stepped forward to stop him. As a result, as soon as he ran a few steps away, a large cloud of gray mist suddenly sprayed out from the space next to the rat-faced man, forcibly blocking UK's field of vision and giving him a chance to escape. The forward momentum was forcibly curbed, and UK couldn't help but frown, but he still didn't intend to give up. He pulled out an arrow with his right hand, and frosty aura coiled around it. Then his legs slightly bent, his muscles bulged and he suddenly exerted force. He rose up from the ground, broke through the fog, and reached a height of nearly 5 meters away from the rooftop. The rat-faced man flew into the air with his eyes locked, and he didn't know how to use it, and shot another arrow. With this arrow, UK used 100% of his power, and even the control of the wind and snow exploded with all his strength. There were even pieces of snow falling where the arrow passed, and it went straight to the fleeing target like a meteor through the sky. Bingo! UK felt happy when he saw that the arrow was about to hit the target. However, what happened in the next second made him suddenly open his eyes wide. He saw that there seemed to be something behind the rat-faced man who was supposed to be shot by the frost arrow, and it forcibly blocked the inevitable arrow. UK, who was in a falling state, could only rely on the image formed by the spread and freezing of frost and mist to determine that it should be a flying monster. The actions of the rat-faced man before escaping appeared in his mind, and then he suddenly realized. It turns out that the method of invisibility is not the rat-faced man's extraordinary ability at all, but that he is always followed by a monster named Shadow, including psychedelic tapirs and those weird insects. The reason why they can move invisibly depends entirely on ability. It's a pity that the monster should have been hiding somewhere all along, and the scope of checking and filling the gaps is limited, so it was not discovered. Putting down his bow and arrow, UK looked at the helicopter chasing the rat-faced man and let out a long sigh. In any case, I have gained something tonight. At least I have figured out what happened with the ghost attack. The rest has nothing to do with him as a patrol hunter. There are many masters in Danhang City. Temporarily settle the waking parents. Shu Wan first called an ambulance and planned to take them for examination later. Seeing the mess all over the house, she had no intention of sorting it out now. Instead, she looked at her phone, waiting for news from UK. She was still frightened by her narrow escape just now. UK was indeed very powerful, and the aura on his body when he rushed into the house with a bow and arrow made him feel at ease, knowing that the Hunting Log series videos were real and not post-production special effects. It's just that UK is facing a fierce ghost after all. Is that kind of vicious existence really something humans can fight against? Shu Wan didn't know, and didn't dare to go to the rooftop to look, fearing that if she did, she would only become a burden to UK. It wasn't until she heard the siren coming from the door of the community that Shu Wan dared to go out and lie down in the aisle to watch. Just then I saw UK walking towards the gate. Shu Wan, who was anxious to know the situation, ran to the other end of the corridor and took the elevator downstairs. Following UK's traces to the gate of the community, Shu Wan looked for his figure, and finally saw the familiar figure beside a heavily equipped riot vehicle parked on the street. Subconsciously, I wanted to follow him, but my pace was getting slower and slower. She saw anti-riot vehicles appearing one after another. Soldiers from the Disaster Prevention Bureau, who were fully armed, looked like a very powerful commander. He had a smile on his face and patted his shoulder when he talked to UK. The two seemed to have a good relationship. After a while, another motorcycle, which was obviously expensive by its appearance, drove into the cordon. The tall female knight in a white leather jacket joined the discussion group as the soldiers stood at attention and saluted. The three people must have known each other before, and they seemed to be discussing what the ghost attack was about. Shu Wan pursed her lips and looked down at her wrinkled pajamas and cotton slippers. She finally understood why she felt that UK was far away from her. The things they came into contact with were no longer on the same level. Silently turned around and returned to the building where he lived with a little delay. Before entering the elevator, he raised his hand to wipe his eyes. That was the end between them. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.